I feel like I'm high. Like, where's the deco? It's supposed to be like orange. On the insect lane? The hell happened?
Guys, I might have brain damage.
See those? Maybe they're pink. I swear to God I made them. Where are you? What the hell? There might be a bug. I think there's a bug in the mod. I'm here? Where is it? Well, it's a new, technically a new deco. I just made it and I saved and I reloaded and it's like gone. What the hell is... Yeah, it is not like that. I can't even see it anymore. It's supposed to be wall run. There's Pursuit. I see Pursuit. Take my shirt off. I'm not shredded enough to be sitting around with my shirt off yet. Especially not while I'm sitting down. I think it's bugged. It's wall run. It's supposed to be wall run. Help me out. Mr. Yellow Jacket? I hope they're not back. There's drug knowledge. Is that the one? No. It was seriously working before I restarted my game. There's drug knowledge. But it doesn't do anything unless we've got the other skill. Guess it's all part of testing, right? I mean, we can see it. I mean, it's... Third from the top, page 3. Status pursuit. Wait, what? No, that's not the one. I already have those. Those are working fine. It's the other skill. Wall run. Not that one. Pharmacy. I'm not sundowning. It's not there. Drug knowledge. See, it's right there. I swear to God, I don't see it. Drug knowledge. But why is it level 2 now? What? I swear to God, it was a level 1 before. Was it bugged? It was level 1. Well, when I made it in the last... Get rid of crit boost, critlet? No, it's not as strong if it's a level 2 skill. It might be worth going all in on an, just attack then. And kind of like forego crit boost. Maybe. I'm not tweaked out. I know when I scream at you, it sounds like I'm tweaked out. I'm not tweaked out. I'm not tweaked out! Is there a better chest? I'm not tweaking! It changed on me. It's very confusing. You'll leave and come back in 30 minutes? You're gonna come back to a bite on your face. I'm gonna get pissed threat number 4. I'm not tweaking. Does this change things? Or like, are there other earlier things that could be better? Old people like me get mad when confused? Excuse me? Kimura Garb is actually not that bad. Mox, good morning. Not many good high rank helmets. I use like Bear Off like all the time. No, I'm gonna bite them. They know what they did. I think I just use Rathalos. Maybe it will be the anti-critlet set. If it's anti-critlet set, it's actually gonna be kind of balanced. It's gonna be hard to fit it all in. But it's definitely going to be more balanced than it was before, because when I first loaded it up, it was bugged, and so I was able to use level 1. But then I guess the mod reloaded, and now it's level 2. I think I'm going to need to run the Bear Off Helm, actually. No, I wasn't thinking of poison deck. I guarantee you I know what I'm talking about. It's gonna be okay. Something like that. How do I know which low-level missions have people playing them? I'm tired of being level 3 and playing alone? Why does it sound so sad? I'm cold and tired There's probably not a lot of people playing low-level missions anymore. I mean, if you do an SOS on them, people will probably join you. But if you get into high rank, there'll be a lot more people that are going to be playing. Was there a patch? It's a mod. That is not very good damage. Not enough to make up for not critting. It's got a lot of, I mean, we're at 50. That sucks. Maybe it'll work with dual blades. No, it's not. That's not good. It's not what I'm looking for. Oh, this doesn't need handicraft, huh? Well, that's nice. Yeah, it's real bad, Noxella. If it was level 1, is my Zenny nearly maxed out? Not even close. We got 1 million? That's nothing. Is 59 a crit? Probably. Ooh. This is perfectly usable. Let's find out. Let's see if our final hit is 59 here. I don't even know why I put the... I just have to change the title. Ah. Might be semi-usable on dual blades. It's almost identical? Don't ignore the poison. $28 or $40. Do the micro kunai? We're not testing the micro kunai. We're not doing that. Although it might actually do something. It might calculate the status chaser. That's more damage. That's not bad. Good on dual blades. Let's do it properly. $346. Does it change blast damage at all? I don't think it said anything about blast damage. It does say it gives a 3x modifier on sleep, which... Okay. That was like 348 or something, right? Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, these have Silk Bind boost. But, I mean, it's still relatively close. Alright, it works for dual blades. I think if it were me, and I really wanted to try and get people to use it, kind of got to make drug knowledge a level 1 skill. It being a level 2 skill is very difficult to get it on there. It might change my talisman choices, though, pretty significantly. Maybe there's another way. Try with full Valstrax? For Ra? That's going to disable my poison. Well, drug knowledge would still spawn on wall run. Am I high? Wall runner. And affinity sliding. Noxella's 2 favorite skills. Maybe drug knowledge will make Narga's switch axe good. Yeah, I don't know how the poison on there from the poison file, like, how that counts. For Gestana. The skills are only really good when they're both maxed out and paired together. Which is like 6 points of investment. Certainly just makes Specialist a bit stronger. Critlit wins again? I mean, I think it's winning on dual blades. I think for monsters where you're able to bounce on them a lot, it might actually be okay with Insect Blade, but when I was testing it and drug knowledge was a level 1 skill, it seemed good on Insect Glaive. But if it's a level 2 skill, like, you can't really do anything about that. It should work for Cat Dual Blades. Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing for Cat Dual Blades is it's, like, going to be a huge boost for your paralysis. You'll get a lot more paralysis off. It would also be really good for status crit. The only thing with the Cat Dual Blades, though, is it's not like it has, like, a ton of para. Poison doesn't do nothing, though. That's kind of nice. Do you have enough slots with Cat Dual Blades? I'm sure you do. Cat Dual Blades have, like, well, I guess the issue with Cat Dual Blades is usually I'm running the bonus to para. Yeah, you would run out of you would run out of some stuff, I guess, with the Cat Dual Blades. You'd start dropping either points in attack or something. Lionheart, hello. Seems okay. Like, it doesn't seem bad. But I feel like the author was, like, maybe a little too afraid to make it too powerful. But I really do think the affinity sliding, whatever it is, drug knowledge or whatever, that should be a level 1 skill. Otherwise, it's just too hard to use. Switch skills quests have increased rate for crowns. It's more like this is the only quest, I believe, where Baggy can even have a crown. I think there might be one other one. Try Greatsword and cry. If it wasn't going to be good on Insect Glaive, it's not going to be good on anything else. The nice thing is it is a overall boost to your status damage. Plan for Rise today? We're testing out a mod that gives some new skills for status weapons. I mean, and we're still doing our crown farming. I mean, Rathian Gunlance and Chameleos Gunlance are actually both really good. But Gunlance especially, like, you don't have any like, you don't have any room. You don't have any room for those skills. So, well, maybe on the Chameleos Gunlance. But even then, the Chameleos Gunlance doesn't really get enough poison. Am I sitting outside? Kind of. I've got, like, some windows in front of me. I'm not just, like, sitting on a couch on my lawn. And, like, every day after stream, like, before and after stream, I gotta check to see if it's gonna rain, and I gotta pull all my crap inside. How cool would that be, though? How dedicated. How's the roof hole? People haven't called me yet today. They're supposed to... First of all, they were supposed to come yesterday. And then they're supposed to do a lot of things. They couldn't work with Lance. It's not very good poison lances. I mean, the leaky... Look, both of my holes are patched, covered. So, I'm not, like, really freaking out. My front hole has been filled with a pipe, and they deposited their seed. So that's done. And my roof hole, top hole, has, like, a little tarp over it, so that's protected. I'm not a fan of boxers. Really, boxer briefs are the way to go. Boxers, it just feels like, what's the point? Oh, they threw seed all over my hole. Yeah, no 7. They spread it all over the place. It's not a gold crown. You're not a free baller, Chaos. Are you really a free baller? I had no idea. I don't believe you. Oh, my controller's kind of tweaking out on me today. Good morning. I mean, odds are there's at least one free baller in chat. Wearing tidy whities. So, okay, I will admit, in my exploration of boxer briefs, I was getting some ex-officer underwear, and there's some very, very inexpensive briefs. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe briefs aren't bad, as bad I always remember them. And I tried them on, and I'm like, I feel like a literal child. Like, I feel like I'm like 6 years old again. So yeah, I don't... Yeah, that's my story with briefs. He's kind of large. They weren't that expensive. They were maybe like $15 each. What happened to those? I screwed up. And I did not redeem the gift card before ending the bounty, and then they just didn't give me the gift card, so I couldn't order them. And I wasn't about to actually spend $40 on a pair of snowman-themed boxers. Let's change about the mod. So every hit is guaranteed to be status at 40% the original rate. And then it adds your status to your raw. So roughly, I think Jen would have liked it. She would have laughed, which I think is the point of them. So when the thing's afflicted by poison, it adds 56 to my raw. It sounds broken, but I can't fit crit. So, you know, normally I would have an additional 90 raw? Something like that? And instead, I'm adding 56 raw, so... In some ways, you can make the argument that it's actually a downgrade. These are rough numbers, by the way. I could be a little off, but... Medicantor weapons? I mean, I do have enough room for Weakness Exploit 1. I do crit sometimes. Status sets more worth using. Well, it helps. But really, you would need to have master rank levels of slots available to make it really shine. And who knows, maybe these skills will be added in master rank. We can see how they compare to just my normal Cat Claw. Wall Runner and Affinity Sliding, and they become level 2 decorations. Hellion Claws with this, the issue is like, there's a lot of other stuff that you want to fit on your Hellion Claws. And they don't have a very... Right. Like, I'd be adding 17 raw with the skill. Like, it's... Maybe it goes up to 18 or 19. I think it goes up to 20 with Specialist. Yeah, it's not worth it. You know? The only thing that would be nice is the skill that makes it so every hit is a guaranteed proc of para. I did not install VIP Dongo, no. Discovered Army Frame Rate was taking your FPS from 160 to 120. What mods did you have installed? Certainly I get weird frame stutters sometimes, and I thought it was my controller, but maybe it's already framework. So the barometer is whether or not he's ready for capture from before or after the thing goes up. Okay. It certainly makes Wall Runner... What? You're not ready? It makes Wall Runner a much more desirable secondary skill in your talismans. That's basically identical? No, I'd say Poison was a bit faster. It's easy to end up ignoring the damage. that you get from poison, but it does add up. If you do the leave quest option after a hunt is completed, do you just go back to the hub earlier, or do you leave the quest? I think the option gets grayed out. Can you basically paralock a monster? I don't think para builds up while monsters are already parried. So that's a problem. Let's try it again. I wonder how many of these things I'm gonna have to kill for a gold crown. You'll be homesick today. You'll be around if I do any rampages. There was that guy in chat yesterday that was like in a bad way for rampages. I was gonna try and get all my crowns first, but I do need to get 6 rampages done at a certain point. So I might take you up on that. What are you sick? Is it? It's not Bovid, is it? Just allergies, hopefully. Like, this seems like less damage than the Cat Claw dual blades. Sinus infection sucks. Maybe like ever so slightly faster. But also sometimes slower. Have you done the talk to all NPCs in Village achievement? I'm really just mainlining the crowns first. I'm gonna print out the checklists, or have the checklists on hand when it's time to get all the other achievements. You know what I mean? Now do sleep. I don't think sleep's gonna be... I don't think sleep's gonna do it. Am I outside? Basically. And if they actually got a para, that would be amazing. It's also weird, like, it feels like the wall in this stays up for, like, much shorter compared to normal quests. I wonder if that's actually the case. Oh! Crowned! We got it already! I mean, poison does work like a blight on some monsters. It'll get, Legiana to start vomiting. Wow, it was so fast. How many did I kill? 34? Wow, that's lucky. Do I care about Kulu? There's probably a multi-monster quest with Kulu. Let's get him out of the way now. Only Legiana? What is the subspecies for Legiana called? Icy Legiana? That's not her name. Don't tell me. Screeching? Screaming? Shrieking. Divine Comedy is the only one. There's literally one quest for this guy. Arzuros and Kuluyaku. Actually a good thing. Because I need an Arzuros as well. It's right here. Hopefully these guys are kind. Okay, but alright, so let's say I get these two in the next hour or two. That means of the baby monsters that I have left, it would be... Well, Somnicanth isn't really baby. Somnicanth, Rathian, 1, 2. Wow, and then we're all the way up to Almadron, huh? And Diablos. Chameleos. Okay. Guys, I'm getting kind of excited. Like, it's actually really good. Like, I've gotten most of the baby monsters out of the way. Because the other monsters are actually, like, a little bit more interesting to watch and fight. Almadron, we already have a crown for. So, like, yeah, I mean, it kind of sucks, but, like, it could be a lot worse. The issue with the mod, Wackajas, is they made one of the skills level 2 rather than leaving it at level 1. I'd make the recommendation that they switch it to level 1. Does it work for ranged weapons? The only thing I can imagine is maybe it would do something for bow with poison coatings applied. Maybe? Certainly wouldn't be worth it. Imagine if it worked with sticky and it took the value from KO and applied it to the damage. I just don't know how it would calculate the status damage. If you type in exclamation mods, anybody, you will see links to both of them. To all of the mods I've used. Although I'm not using the elemental rebalance mod right now. That one felt like cheating. This feels fine. Certainly doesn't feel like cheating. But especially if you're doing like Thunder Element with the elemental rebalance, it's like too strong. I was getting, like, in some cases, like, 3 KOs a fight with Thunder Blight, and that's just, like, not fair. Increase the damage against status monsters? It has to be your status damage into raw. And I just don't know how it would calculate your status damage on bow guns. You know what I mean? I mean, it could make them incredibly powerful, in theory, I guess. Test it? No. I'm just not that interested in the bow gun. You got a 24-hour de novo ban on Rise? Is this because of Linux? Guess there goes our plans for rampages. I've never actually heard of people getting banned from de novo. I assume most piracy people just get rid of it entirely. And here you are, a paying customer. Well, don't worry, in like 3 years they'll remove de novo from the game. Imagine poison ammo doing like 100 damage. I mean, it usually does like what, like 90 status? 100 status is what it would, I would assume it would add, because it doesn't scale based off the damage of the weapon. It's fixed. We might, let me just try and connect this like this. How long has it been? An hour? I mean, if you own the software, like if you've purchased a license for the software, at least in a number of countries, certainly in the United States, like you're pretty much allowed to do almost anything you want with it. I mean, obviously you're not supposed to go into the source code and take the source code and like make copies of it, but in general, you're given quite a number of rights. Same thing with your hardware and electronics. Like it's the one thing that like feels like the sort of thing America wouldn't do. It feels very like antithetical to the spirit of the modern American world where they want to lock down everything. You don't own the software, you have a license to use it. I know you don't own like the source code or anything, but I'm pretty sure you're allowed to modify it if you want. Certainly I know electronics are supposed to accept any modification you want to do to them. I'm not a lawyer, so I mean, I don't know crap, but I know Sony tried to sue the people that created the emulator for the Dreamcast, Gleam, for PlayStation games, and like that was a huge case, and like Gleam won. And then I think PlayStation just bought them, oddly enough. The people got banned from Genshin for removing the crotch blur. Well, they could ban you, but but that's only because it's like a online game, right? What happened to my camera? Kind of low res. Oh, I'm sorry. Here you go. Is that better? I can make sure. Hold on. Let me make sure it's in focus. There you go. Should be 100% in focus. Master roll. Now we can count the grays. I got a couple right there. Now I'm gonna put myself down there. This should be the highest resolution possible, right? Because I shrank it down. Come back. I'm here. I'm in the corner. That's 1080p. I'm basically at a 4K resolution right now, if you think about it. Can't see the nose hairs? I trimmed my nose hairs the other day. Well, I guess if you like really zoom in, you can kind of see them a little bit. Oh, I'm not on Kulu anymore. I'm on my dog. I have a good 420? I'm not a big weed person. I don't have any issues with it, and I'm very supportive of the people that want to weed it up, but it's just not for me. It should definitely be legal, and I don't know why alcohol is as freely available as it is. Edibles are the worst. You go from like, wow, this didn't do anything, to being like, my face is melting. No thanks. Pluck them for free. It just sounds like pain. Pluck down the entire batch at once? I'm not. Oh, you're ready too. I'm gonna stream Nintendo Switch Sports full cam shirtless. No, I mean, I've already got a night planned with your mom and dad that are gonna do that for me, so I don't feel like copying their stuff. How close am I? Should be a couple days. Within the week. I'm very excited, actually. You can go down the list. Like, that's a lot of crowns. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And once I finish Arzuros and Kuluyaku, it's like gonna be like real monsters too. It's not just gonna be like baby monsters. It's actually water. It's not coffee. If I drink too much coffee, I actually legitimately start tweaking out, so I gotta be careful. It's a balancing act between having enough coffee so you don't get a headache, and then having too much coffee so that you need to start like having more coffee. That's a hell of a drug. Caffeine's a hell of a drug. Tweaking when stream started because like I was being like literally I was being gaslit by the game. The game was gaslighting me. It's kind of small. Not like really small, but on the smaller side. Gonna pop after this. I don't care. I'll just wallbang him. people buying liquid caffeine online and mixing their own energy drinks, you could, like, die from that. That's a bad idea. Oh, shoot. What a shock trap. I get more Rise drinks for Sunbreak? I haven't. When I was doing my taxes and going through my purchases, though, I did see my Rise order from Amazon, and it made me laugh. There's a big catcher out there. It's like a very normal sized cooler. Was it enough to buy a couch? It was like $20. Talking about the Rise energy drinks, right? I only bought like 12 of them. Oh, my tax refund. I ended up putting a bunch of money into retirement, and I went from owing money to getting a refund, so that was pretty sweet. That was amazing, actually. They added something in the US called the Savers Credit, and I think when you put money into an IRA, you get like a little extra bonus to your taxes. So that was pretty cool. I like that. I mean, I did end up buying quite a number of copies of Rise as gifts for people. I think I saw like maybe like 4 giveaways, something like that. Decent number. It was like 4 $70 Nintendo gift cards. So I don't know, maybe a very cheap couch, or maybe a second-hand couch you can get for that much money. All right, I think I'm done. Maybe I'll do one more run with these poison dual blades, but I'm not gonna. I don't think I'm gonna keep using them. Should probably check my farm. I haven't checked the Capcom stock today. Man, the stock market's been a mess for like the last 4 months? 3 months? I know this is very unrelatable. Am I playing in my garden? I'm in my backyard. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, that's bad. Yikes. That hurts. It's all right. Hodl. What do they say? This should be 60 FPS. I hope it's 60 FPS. I'm running it on my PC. You can get it up even higher if you really want it. I will do one more. Yeah, no, I mean, on PC, I mean, it can go up to any number FPS. I mean, you can get up to 240 or higher if you really had a powerful enough computer for it. I play it locked at 60 because it just plays better with my capture card, but I could run it at 120, I'm sure. Oh, it's probably at 120. Well, if I turn VSync off. No, it's not the Switch. It's the PC version. No, the Switch is capped at 30 FPS. But, you know, it holds 30 FPS pretty well. A lot better than people think because it has uneven frame pacing, so it's willing to like shorten or speed up frames as necessary to try and stay near a 30 FPS. It's very interesting. I mean, it sucks in a way, but from a frame counting perspective, it's actually very beneficial. Well, the real answer, John, is it's literally impossible to count frames. Didn't know it came out in PC. Came out January? If you've got anything resembling a decent PC, like even like if you end up picking up like a Steam Deck for, was it like $400? It might be a nice way to play Sunbreak. Just because like the frame rate is so much nicer. And there are mods, you know, some are just purely cosmetic, some debatably are more of a cheat than anything else, but they're there for you if you want them, if you this is sort of thing you want to use. We're getting a party down here? We're getting a party down here. Playing through GU on the Switch? You know, I emulated that too the other day, and it was nice. I got that up to 60 FPS. That's a game that should have been at 60 FPS on the Switch. It's really a shame that they didn't do it. Because they could have gotten it to work, and they just didn't. Oh, Steam Deck could 100% run Rise. Are you kidding me? I mean, like, no problem at all. This game runs on, like, 9 series graphics cards. Like, it's easier to run than World is, as far as I can tell. World's got some goofy things going on, though. Yeah, I'm looking forward to mine. I'm supposed to be getting it, I guess, technically before the end of June? Okay, hold on. I don't like that VSync being off. You can run a Switch, you should be able to run any cheap PC. I mean, considering the Switch is like a 5 to 6 year old Android tablet, yeah. You're right. It should. It's basically like an NVIDIA Shield that is like, what, 7 years old? How old is the NVIDIA Shield? Hoarfrost was probably the snow, Edad. Gotta turn the snow effects down all the way. I'm not even wearing a lab coat. It's all below the belt. I only have lab equipment on for underwear and pants. Shocking, I know, but that's how I do it. Am I a dad? Because that was a dad joke. Well, your name is We a Dad 1, so you should know. Got like a dad sense. It'd be nice if it was a command that just automatically updated, John. The Switch is now 5 years, 286 days old. What are you doing today? We're testing out elemental rebalance, but we're not even going to be testing it that much because I don't think it was set up to be strong enough, personally. Well, you know you can change your name, like, on Twitch, was it, like, every 90 days? Every 60 days? What the hell? You can tell the trauma from that quest runs deep. Hopefully that doesn't screw up any RNG. What if I just, like, skipped the crowns? What if they were both gold crowns? Ugh. So doing Velvet on armor? I might switch it to... What do you think, Arzuros or Kulu? What do you think is better? Let's make both of them. I think they're both nice. I don't think I've ever really done the Arzuros. Ever. So we're going to use that. Mix them? What, to go like maximum booba? Thanks for the nick change. Well, I mean, I didn't do it. You did it. Maybe I like the Kulu helm better. Actually, I just saw on the Mod Nexus Fire Cannon, somebody added it. I think it's like extra curvy KT as well, so. If you want the extra curves. So stupid. So bad. So we'll do the wire bug. It's like right in front of it. Oops. Actually, I haven't seen Monster Dong. I made a terrible mistake. Supposed to sharpen first. Just dunk finished a gold crown Kush using my degen sticky build. It's not mine. I don't take ownership of any sticky build. I'm not like the sticky guy. I almost never use it. See, like, this still feels like way faster than using poison dual blades. Part of it is like I don't end up. Named it Chef's Teacher. I don't end up wire bugging them, which I feel like just ends up losing you time. Kind of large? Definitely not small. Took my honey. Tried rolled with Overclock DualShock 4 and it feels amazing. Can you really tell a difference? We went through a period. I honestly can, no placebo. Through wired or through Bluetooth? Wired. So hard to find a cable that stays in, though. That's what I hate about the DualShock 4. Everything just falls out. Shiver, hello. I wonder how many of these things I'm going to have to kill. So I can kill roughly 15 an hour. Oof. For me, it's just the falling out that's the problem. The times are worse when wired? Well, unless you overclock it, allegedly. But I know, like, in terms of, like, out-of-the-box experience, DualShock 4 is one of the best wirelessly. At least, I've been told that. I haven't done any testing or any real research on my own. Is that the case even on PC? Where it's connected wirelessly? I don't think so. You can get a pure connection, I think, on PC without Bluetooth. I don't know if that's any faster. Well, the wire always seems to fall out on my DualShock 4. So I alternate between it plugged in and trying not to move it, and then connected through wireless where I know it's not gonna, it will eventually die on me. Really annoying. I'd rather be hitting the head than the arm. Well, maybe I'll break it, and then it'll be a good hit zone. actually kind of a fun quest. Hole is loose? It's a brand new controller. The hole should be like as tight and resilient as it will be in its entire life, and yet it's still not like good at gripping on anything. Ass. I guess Om's like a mid-tier Pokemon. Pretty sure he just completely whiffed his punishing thing though. Cannot wait to be done with this challenge. Like, now I know why they didn't bother adding an endgame. You find out the eSwap Pro can be overclocked to 1,000 hertz. I gotta send mine in. I gotta send mine in for repairs because the B button is definitely sussy. After like a year, this isn't a challenge. What would you call it? This is torture. Oh, I see. Knez says, we're going to finish within a week. You'll see. You'll all see. What are they both weak to? He's weak to almost everything. You won't? You don't know that. Anti-Wyvern wouldn't work on Arzuros, right? He's technically not a Wyvern. How many am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one, oh, 10. This one should be easy, 11, 12, 13. 13? We play Vampire Survivor when I escape hell? I don't know what variety I do, but I'll do something. You won't? It's gonna be within a week. Oh my god. I get like 5 a day sometimes. I got like 5 yesterday. 14 total, I missed one. Whatever, close enough. It's really not that bad. Like when you think about it. Play Monster Hunter clones. The only Monster Hunter clone I really enjoy playing is Tokenen, and even then I don't really like that. Background music is my hub. That's Pokey Village. You gotta pay money. You gotta drop some dollars to get that. God Eater's nice. God Eater sucks balls. I hate that game. They're always talking, and it's like, shut the hell up. Ooh, that's a little one. Oh, that's a little baby, and I'm gonna murder it. Yeah, it is like Balls Eater. Apparently they do some kind of creative stuff with like the bullets. I don't care. They just won't shut up. Like they're always talking in that game. screeching at me in some anime language. Maybe I'll find a way to mod it to completely disable voices, and then I'll play it then. Like, I appreciate that they try to do story, but then the story sucks. Or it at least appears to suck. Murder this bear. Miguel, you stole my kill. What? How is that not a gold crown? Robone, it's to the point where Ryozo Tsujimoto, the creator of the series, has said he hopes more clones come out because he thinks it could be good for the industry. Like, he's so confident that Monster Hunter is so good, like, he wants other people to copy the formula. That's as baller as you get. He doesn't care. He's seen the clones. He's not worried. Put it this way. He's not concerned. He's right. Hey, Biolo. That's all right. Is there any other Monster Hunter clone apart from those two? What's the other one? Spotless? Soul Sacrifice is one. How am I today? I'm okay. We're doing pretty good. My opinion that hasn't changed yet is that Tokenin is probably the best of the clones. Because, and there's been some things that Monster Hunter has arguably taken from Tokenin. Clutch Claw feels at least a little inspired by, like, the little hand from Tokenin 2. The little grabby claw. It bears a passing resemblance. That's what Microsoft is working on. The weapons, the problem with Tokenin, and maybe that's a me problem, is it doesn't feel like you're fighting monsters, it feels like you're fighting your weapon. It feels like the game was balanced around, like, how well can you push buttons. Most recommended was Dark Souls. That's upsetting to me. Some weapons get extremely complicated, Ryan. There's the fists. Everybody's like, oh, we want fists in Monster Hunter. Like, I always think back to the Tokenin fists. And the way they work is, like, you're JoJo, right? So you're like, ooh, like punching things. Every time you punch, you got to push the punch button again, like within like plus or minus 1 frame to get a link. And then, like, by then you're just like, ah! like mashing like crazy because you're trying to get your links to attack faster and faster. Like, I'm pretty sure it's designed to break your controller. like, I think they were trying to get people to buy more Vitas. And there are other weapons that are kind of like that too. The Naginata, I think. Also, like the more you push the button, the faster you attacked. So that was another one. But that one had a counter too, so you were supposed to like keep mashing the button and then push the counter button every time the monster went to attack you. The thing is like I can't necessarily fully judge the game because like I never really played through like high rank or G rank. I've got a save that's like right up there, so I probably could pick it up. Was the Moneymaker test stream successful? So here are the results. You can run 21.5 minutes of streams an hour. You appear to only get paid for 9 minutes, maximum an hour. And you cannot disable pre-rolls for more than 1 hour at a time. Those are the major results. So we're going to do another Moneymaker stream probably on Sunday, and I'm going to be running 9 minutes of ads an hour just to see if my hypothesis is correct. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still got paid for 9 minutes of ads an hour, which, you know, that's not nothing. Not anything I'm planning on doing anytime soon. However, if we ever have a Capcom charity stream and I'm sitting at like 80, 90% subscribers, maybe run those 9 minutes of ads an hour. Is it 9 minutes longer than pre-roll? Oh, almost definitely. You don't run 9 minutes of ads to disable pre-roll. Can I see the percentage of subs in chat? I see all of your names. I mean, it's hard to tell if there's like unsubscribed lurkers, but can I say how much you get paid per ad view? That would almost definitely break some terms of service there. I'll tell you, on a normal daily basis of running 3 minutes of ads an hour, it's not really worth it for the money. At 9 minutes, it could add up. I mean, it's like relative to what? Like relative to like an actual sponsorship, like what I got going on with Mana? No, it's not worth it at all. But you know, you're not guaranteed like a dozen full sponsorships a month or anything like that, so. The thing is like, Twitch doesn't really have like even a CPM you can measure. It varies wildly. On YouTube, you could very easily look at your CPM, no problem. But at the same time, you definitely get in trouble if you say whatever that is. But even then, like, depending on the type of content you have and the type of audience you have, that changes as well. Gamers are not valued customers or advertisers. There's absolutely a gamer prejudice, which, you know what? Justified, I guess. Well, so for CPM, Toma, you know, they want to have that information obscured because it helps them when they negotiate with advertisers, right? Like, if an advertiser found out that they were paying 3 times more than what another advertiser was paying, like, they might get mad. So that's on Google's end. Like, I don't care, but Google cares. And then in terms of, like, you know, like, how much you get paid per subscriber and stuff like that on Twitch, I mean, you'd have to ask Twitch that. That's termed, I mean, that's in your contract. You're not allowed to talk about that stuff. Although even that has gotten obscured with the regional pricing, so who even knows what the hell's going on there. This is a mess. I don't even think this guy is a crown. Just comes down to like negotiations, and negotiations, like, information is power. Oh, I mean, Twitch absolutely makes more money off of ads than the streamers do. I mean, given what they do on the bounty board, they're absolutely either terrible negotiators or just fleecing streamers all day long. I don't know which, but... That looks like good damage, like 45 per shot. Oh, stop. They did send me this cup, though. It says Twitch on it. Thanks, Twitch. That was cool. Where'd I put my phone? It's a nice cup. It's alright. Kind of a bougie cup. No crown? They should send me this cup filled... for me to fill with gamer goo. Like, it could have, like, a little, like, spigot at the bottom that I could open up and just, like, drain my goo into, like, a little vial. I agree with that. Some people would buy it. Watch a video about World and people still salty about Elatrion? Just make an elemental weapon. I mean, they gave you Frostfang. There's no excuse. Your work got you all cups that say Firaxis? Do you work for Firaxis? Oh, that's neat. Did they make Alpha Centauri? That was a great thing. That's a great game. I'm trying to remember the games they make. Civ and XCOM? XCOM's good. Civ's a good game too. Civ's got an issue though. It's too addictive. It's a genuine issue in playing Civilization. Is fried Kulu better than fried chicken? They're the same. Genre game I like action RPGs. I like thinking, but then I also like having to press buttons good. I mean, I like other games too, but those are just my favorite. Took you less than 1 minute. Crap on his company. I just said I liked Firaxis. I'm not filling up your hentai dreams, Kinezes. That's right. This is an anti-hentai stream. No, I like Civ. My issue with it is it's too easy to play. Like you sit down to play it for an hour, then it's like 5 in the morning. Where's your VTuber tag? I said this is an anti-hentai stream. All crowns GU next. Kiness is the only one I know that loves GU enough to get all the crowns in that game. He just ran twice in a row. Like, of all the games to get a full guild card in, like, why would you pick Generations Ultimate? Like, how much do you want to torture your cock and balls? Talking about cock and ball torture. And Kinez's. And why he enjoys it. Is Frontier crown hunting a thing? But the thing is with Frontier is like you can go through so many of the fights so quickly. I guess not like what Zenith, Zenogre, but a lot of them you can fight them a lot. People are saying I'm tweaking. I'm not tweaking out. I like their little wrestling match. If there's a higher chance of multiplayer, it would be more fun that way. So you just kept getting all the EXs with the Twitch streamer? You used them. I mean, 15 is a reasonable number of crowns to Petrodon, just leave us alone. The dude doesn't even stream anymore? You sucked him dry of all of his EXs. Look, depending on how expensive the hull repair is gonna be, although it seems like I'm gonna get out lucky, guys. I swear to God, I min-maxed for luck when I was, like, in my character creator. But I will run 9-minute moneymaker if I need to. No, it's actually very reasonable. I got one pretty reasonable quote. 1 minute ad break? Where are we at? I can run that. My hull is beyond repair? Excuse me? It is not. What did my brother roll for if you went for all in for luck? I don't know. Not luck. Int, maybe? I definitely did not roll all in on it. That's for damn sure. I got a master's degree and now I'm an internet clown for a living. That's funny. That's comedy. But apparently there's like a good number of Twitch streamers who have like higher education and they just play video games for a living, so maybe I shouldn't feel that bad. Like, Jorbs could be out there doing something pretty big in statistics or something, but play Slay the Spire. Oh, nothing wrong with that. Who would say is the ugly one between the two of you? Oh, that's rude. You want to call somebody ugly. Streaming has to be more fun? Beats having a boss. That's for damn sure. That's why I like doing it. College dropout. Can I be an internet clown? I don't think there's any real requirements. I definitely have a lot more time to exercise and have better nutrition, but that's not a steep criticism on him. That's just the realities of when you become a parent, which he is. Also, presumably sleep deprivation? I don't know. I'm not a parent. But I think they got it pretty bad. Also apparent to who? Noxella? Where your kids? That is not true. I will not pay child support. I was watching this one documentary on this, it was the other night. It was last night? No, the night before last. And they were going into this thing where they're talking about how there's a kid that got bullied. And the teacher was being like, the teacher didn't even remember whatever that case was. But it was really interesting because she said, girls will always bully other girls. They're like, boys will only bully other boys if they can't throw a ball. And I thought that was really profound in a way. I mean, I think she's kind of right. I think if you could throw a ball, I think you're able to duck at least 50% of the bullying. So you got a kid, teach him how to throw a ball. It's very profound. That sounds dated? It was absolutely in the 50s. But I bet you there's something to it. Yeah, she was absolutely a teacher in the 50s and the 60s. But you think about it. It's not going to turn your kid into a jock necessarily. But at least people are going to be like, why can't you throw a ball? It's a status rebalance thing. I could show it to you after this 100 more. Now it's teaching how to play FPF games? Would my kid get bullied because he was good at Monster Hunter, or get bullied because like his dad has slow hands? And kids would have proof of it. They'd be like, I've seen your dad on the internet, he has slow hands. He didn't even get the Fortnite Battle Royale. I'm not a parent, but you think I'm a little out of touch with reality? I'm fully in touch with reality. I have heard kids getting bullied about Fortnite skins. If you have a relative with an OnlyFans, your life is hell in school? I mean, how would they know it's your relative? I mean, I'm sure it's rough. Imagine like your older sister's doing it. Oof. Your mom. Memes about this on Twitter. I feel bad for the kids. Let's switch. Nah, we'll keep the blast nut going, I guess, a little bit longer. All right, we'll do the poison dual blades. I'm not in love with them. I'm a little worried that it might break my game too. I hate this noise. I hate it more than anything. You got bullied because you got a rare drop in a game I used to play with friends. I got jumped by 3 of my friends because we were playing Smash. And I started talking a bunch of crap, and I started saying I could beat the 3 of them 3-on-1. And I did. And then every time we were playing the game and the screen faded to black, they all started punching me. But you know what? It was worth it. It was so great because like every time the screen would fade to black, somebody would go, "Get him!" They'd start punching me. You deserved it? It was great. No, it was great. Nah, it's all right. Yeah, I know. It's like, why are you hitting me? I'm right. They knew it. Don't run. They even tried to enter your account to trade the item to his character? What was the game? Had to be an MMO of some sorts. Was it like Lineage or something? I mean, it had to be like 10 or 15 years ago. Probably RuneScape? Could have been RuneScape, but he'd probably remember if it was RuneScape, because RuneScape's still around. Ragnarok is a good guess, actually. Club Penguin. Did it have drops? Weren't they releasing a new Ragnarok game? Did that happen? I'm sure the grind is atrocious. Is it actually Ragnarok NFTs? That's gross. Alright, well. I mean, it will get some people to go into it, or at least maybe it would have. I know that little slime breeding game has already gotten to the point where I guess there's no money to be made anymore. It's been completely sucked dry, which is sad because some people were using that to make a living. But it's really kind of sick when you think about it. Like, the way it's organized is people with money end up buying up the high value items, and then they literally hire like real life people to start using those items to make them money in real life. Like, it's like some sort of like postmodern capitalist sort of situation. People getting like taken into like digital, I don't know, servitude. Very strange. Over slime NFTs. EVE Online is where the money is? I mean, at least they don't have the gall to call their stuff NFTs, right? They've been around the longest. I feel like the main reason people play EVE is just to be there for when, like, the drama drops, when they find out that one guy's been gaslighting everyone for, like, 6 years and gets access to the company coffers and steals everything overnight. Pyramid scheme? It's a little bit of a pyramid scheme. I guess for the most part, for a lot of those things, you don't necessarily have to spend money to get started. And they're literally just using you for your labor to, like, click buttons. People sell cars for planets and armadas? Like, I gotta sell my my Honda Accord and trade down so I can get a bigger ship in my video game? That's messed up. The thing that gets me, Got Hunt, is I don't like the idea of video games becoming this place where we earn money necessarily, because, like, it changes the natures of video games. It's supposed to be fun. That's not supposed to be a job. You know, a lot of people work all day anyways. You come home and start working on your video game. I know there's been this attempt at, like, a 24/7 hustle grind culture. Says the streamer? Streamers aren't necessarily playing video games for a job, though. You're entertaining for a job. Esport athletes? That's definitely playing video games as a job. nuts. Because if it was just like playing the video game, everyone would be streaming. And we'd live in this streaming economy. Instead, I'm able to tantalize you with thoughts of me revealing whole, and that's how I pay my mortgage. Honestly, there's not really many full-time streamers that can even tell you how or why they're able to stream for a living. It just happens. And you're like, oh, okay, I guess I can do this. I sound salty about people making money off a game without having to stream it to people? I mean, look, if I could make $1 for every monster I killed in this video game, I would be fine with it. But the reality is it almost never works out like that. You know what I mean? And you take a look at like the Diablo economy and how much people hated it. No, I mean I've got no fear or jealousy or anything about other people trying to stream. I encourage people to stream all the time. I mean, don't quit your day job until it's paying the bills, but it's definitely possible. Entertainers are magicians and women of the night. Well, you got me. You got me. Kids with Bob's credit card that ruin it and hackers? I mean, I guess if you could solve those situations, you think it would be better? Can I stream for you? Like you create a VTuber and I stream under your name? It could happen someday. Mr. Ken, hello. I mean, I think Eve is fine. I just mean things like systems that are trying to become like jobs. Video games that are designed from the beginning that are meant to be like jobs, just very sussy. What about Roblox? I don't know anything about Roblox. I've got like a dab emote, and I've heard of the oof sound clip from Roblox, and that's like literally the only thing I know about it. You're scummy? No! Alright, hold on. I don't blame the people making the money off of the systems. I blame the game creators for shifting video games for something that could be transformative and fun into something that could be like a soul-sucking marketplace. That's all. If you hustled it and you got some money out of it, I mean, good for you. Happy for you. But, you know, somewhere there is a cost, and I just worry about where the cost is going to come from. I say as I kill my 25th Kuluyaku. It would be interesting if they did design video games to the point where it was abstracted enough that you were doing real-world jobs by killing monsters. That would be weird. Children, Ubernauts, literally kids playing with other kids. I think, and again, this is with zero knowledge, but I think it's a little bit like the idea of like VR chat, but for children. So they're able to like dress up and play like weird games and stuff like that. You know what Roblox is? Have you ever watched when I streamed Core? Making a living off of being a sticky light bowgun user? I don't think there are many. Are there any full-time sticky light bowgun users out there? I don't know. There's not too many full-time Monster Hunter content creators, I don't think. I mean, gamers would be amazing at drone warfare. Mox, like, no, like, unironically, like, that's who you'd probably want to hire. Is that a crown? I think I already had a crown, though. Yeah, I think Fumetto is like he's like an electrician or something. I don't know. I know he's gotten really frustrated. He's tried to get partner a number of times on Twitch, and they keep denying him. That legitimately might be because of, like, they've reviewed his Twitter and they see what sort of things he says on his Twitter, and they're like, we do not want to make you a partner. Like, honestly. So, I guess there's a little bit of justice in that thing. Seen Laywor's Twitter's a partner? Before or after they got partnered? And once you're in, it also probably has a little bit of dependency on, like, how much money you're making them. Thank you, Kulu. Thank you both for going down so easily. I'd be the general? Be the goddamn commander. Well, I guess general's as high as you go, right? Yeah, I guess. The Ender? I'd be like some ship. All these wires connected to my brain. Do you think they check other social media that much in the process of accepting for partner? 100% the only reason I got partner is because of my YouTube channel. They wouldn't have accepted me based on my Twitch, because I got partnered within like 2 or 3 months of streaming on Twitch. Oh, what the hell is that? No, they definitely check. I mean, I would think most companies check nowadays, but, like, you know, it's an easy thing to do to pull up somebody's social media and scroll it for 15 minutes before giving them a final offer. You know, like, hey, just check this, make sure there's nothing on here that seems like a red flag or like a brand risk. And some of the stuff that dude has said, 100% like brand risk, like you got to be concerned. You're not small. I almost don't care, but I'm gonna kill you anyways. I wish you could change the music in maps. Why are we able to buy all this music and, like, almost never hear it? Crown hunting going? Did I get one today? It's been 2 hours. Oh, we did. We got baggy. It's okay then, I guess. Kulu as well. Well, I only really consider it a crown when I finish them. Just having one crown is meaningless. I mean, it helps. But until I fully crown them, they get 0 respect from me. I should probably bring dung bombs. What's the last monster to earn your respect? I respect most monsters, almost all monsters. The only monster I don't respect really is Nightshade Paloma, and he knows what he did. He's phoning it in. Almudron's gonna be fine. I'll probably end up using a lot of Firebow on him because he deserves it. I don't even mind Nightshade Palomu's Sleep Breath. I mind that when he's on the ground, he has 2 moves. And he usually spams the same move over and over again. That was a crown. But I think I already had a crown, right? I need little ones for both. Guess I haven't used Insect Glaive in a while. Let's try that out. Rathian Spin? I don't even know if he does that. You played this game for 250 hours before you fought a Kulu? He's got some good pieces of armor for progression. Outside of that, though, yeah. Sad we didn't get full Jaggy armor. There's a lot of things about this game that you kind of wish they had like another 6 months, you know? But it is what it is. They needed to get the game out in that quarter, so... Hopefully Sunbreak gives us a lot of the, you know, fills in a lot of things. At least the hunts are good. So this one doesn't look small, but it's just like, you just like never know. It's so weird. I'm trying to get the butt trip so I can more efficiently aerial on his head. Should also probably take a fish because I got peak performance on this set. I mean, Boom Oliver, I mean, in theory, this could have like one of the best G ranks ever. Easily. I believe in Suzuki. It's also a really good sign for Monster Hunter 6. Or whatever the next game is going to be. Monster Hunter World 2. A little worried it's coming so early? I wouldn't be too worried because, like, they stopped development of Rise nearly immediately. So it's been all hands on deck for a year and 3 months, which that's usually about as long as it takes before you get a G rank upgrade anyways. It's usually every 15 to 18 months. Somewhere around there. You don't want another Assassin's Creed? I don't think you gotta worry about Monster Hunter becoming Assassin's Creed. Yikes! That would be a mess. How long did Iceborne take? So, World dropped January of 2018, is that right? And then, what was it? Iceborne came out, was it September or August of 2019? So that was almost 2 years. But there was a lot of support for World the whole time, so. Iceborne saved the game? A lot of people were very happy with Base World. I still like the Base World speedruns the most. You're a little small. The Base World was amazing. Until the ATs came out, it was missing some stuff, but it was fine. It's gonna be for Iceborne? I think final patch Iceborne is amazing. It would be nice to be able to go back to just Base World and play that if you really wanted, without the Iceborne patch, but. Remember bad metal and bone weapons? Well, we didn't even have layered weapons in Base World. It was all like Luna stuff or Kolb stuff for the most part. Maybe some Devil Joe stuff. Base World is base. It was pretty good. I mean, World had a lot of title updates. I mean, they gave us Devil Joe nearly immediately. I think Devil Joe came in like March after releasing at the end of January. Like I said, final patch is fine. There's nothing wrong with the final patch of Iceborne. It's very good. If you use Slinger Bursts too much, it makes low rank and high rank way too easy. That's like the biggest issue. Like the Clutch Claw, like Wallbang isn't even that bad. Behemoth set was okay for the end game, but I still argue that TO mixed with Luna was better. AT TO with AT Luna. Good more slots. Like, you maybe had like 1 or 2 less points in attack, but it really didn't matter. You had so much more survivability and everything else. Crossover monsters are real cool. I mean, that's just the thing, like, yeah, it was base world for so long, but like you were getting like Witcher quests. You know, all the AT monsters, Behemoth, Extremoth. Like, it was crazy. There was so much to do. Never felt like you were lacking for new content. There was always a thing that was coming up. You know, you had Colv to farm, and then you had AT Colv. I think that was another setup as well as the MTL. Just depends what you're going for. I think that one had Agitator. Is that Agitator on the Colv stuff? If you didn't have the decos for crit boost, that could have been good. I remember using the Colv chest as well, I think. Altoka would be amazing. I don't know. Dalmadur, I mean, you could like the model, but like, it's not like the fight. It's not like you really need to do the fight again. Why doesn't this have... Does Master Rank have Siege monsters in World? We got Safi Jiva. But Rise doesn't. No. I'm sorry. Hold on. No, we do not have Siege monsters because this... I'm assuming it's because the Switch can't handle it. There's no way there's going to be underwater combat in Sunbreak. They would have showed it to us already. I think it's they can't handle the number of people in the lobby, fire cannon. It's not that they can't handle the fight. Space combat? Stop smoking. Don't do drugs. Laggy could come back. There's not... I think they figured out the neck thing. Every day with the nice weather I am? It's okay. It was a little overcast yesterday, but it wasn't bad. It's gonna get hot eventually. There will be a day where you're just gonna see me sweating. Well, see, with the current patch on Iceborne, you can just meld that Deco PB. Which, honestly, they should have had in base Iceborne. It was strange that they didn't. Well, up, sweating on my forehead, not sweating in my armpits. Armpit check, not bad yet. It will. Special ammo boost decoration, now 1800. I mean, it's really... That's like for, like, Wyvern Heart, right? He already dropped the game? Can I just pick it up again? Just get warm in Connecticut before June? I discreetly remember sweating my balls off in some months in May. Sure, yeah, I mean, it happens. higher. Thank you for 6 months of Prime. Thank you for giving me Jeff Bezos' money. It's nice of you. Put on Scatterfish.
Just resubscribed for 6 months.
I feel like it's really hard to turbocharge your things here. I'm close to the Atlantic. Well, I'm not like on beachfront property. I don't have like an ocean next to me. We know of 3 new monsters. Technically 4. If you count the Bishitin subspecies. Are you counting the Cyanitaur? Like, what do you count as new? You don't count subspecies, then yeah, it's 3. Usually in the G ranks, they don't necessarily give you like a ton of like completely original new monsters, but I mean, you never know. It's usually oops all subspecies because presumably they're easier to make. Bob? Who the hell's Bob? What? Is that some Reddit thing? Oh. I'm blaming Reddit. Is that what they're calling him? I'm not. I refuse. Well, I mean, yeah, Rise had essentially no subspecies, right? I mean, Malzeno's definitely, like, the fake-out, not real final monster, and that's fine. It's to be expected. See the Japanese Capcom Twitter? I saw the Monster Hunter Twitter that said expect news in May. What did they say? Definitely getting the Metal Wraths? I don't know that you could say definitely. Probably. I mean, probably a demo in May. It's not little. Oh, let's react to confusion. Imagine if Elatrion was giving confusion. I don't like the owl. Confusion is like maybe my least favorite thing in this series. I hate it. I just don't like having my controllers flip. Is there an actual status rebalance? It's a mod. Type exclamation mods. You'll see it. It's only really good on dual blades. And even then, it's like, it's actually balanced. You like when Monster players inconvenienced? Underwater, all ledges, confused, and you need element in order to topple a monster turn up. Yes. Forget laggy and Sunbreak, you think it'll be Avery? Like, oops, all subspecies? I'm assuming they'd give us the base version yet, because we're seeing the base version of Siennatar. And we're not seeing, like, Terra Siennatar or, like, Rust Razor. But I don't know. I think the moveset will be like Ivory. Or, like, Generations, or some combination of the two. Abyssal can't... We're not going underwater. You can't just, like, flop Abyssal, like, onto the land and have them, like, create, like, vortexes. They can make him look like Abyssal, I guess, and be like, hey, guys! But presumably he would die. Like, his body is designed to be, like, whatever, underwater. He would just, like, implode if he went above, out of his little cave. One of those, like, deep aquatic fish. I think I'm very optimistic about Sunbreak as well, Mox. What's the name of the shark one? Zamtrios? I mean, we got his little babies. This is kind of small. Narwhal's basically land abyssal? Yeah, I'd say there's a little bit of a spiritual similarity there. I think there's a lot more going on with Narwhal, but definitely they share some stuff. I mean, Narwhal's kind of got the Atolka, like, blender attack. But Yamatsukami? I mean, a lot of people have said they wanted to see him because of wire bugs and stuff, and it makes sense. Underwater rampages? No, Yamatsukami's fine. What's so bad about Yamatsukami? It was fun. You'll get those Yamas someday. Well, I guarantee you his fight would be completely reworked. It wouldn't just be like Yama. From a lore perspective, Yama is definitely more like traditional Japanese village than Western village. Why are you guys talking about underwater rampages like they're actually a thing? Presumably, they're going to give us a way to meld earlier Rampage tickets in Sunbreak. Could I proc that? Doesn't seem like it. I didn't even bother doing all the Rampage bows because, like, you don't even have enough slots in your inventory really to make all of them. Yeah, if there's like a Rampage ticket trader, oh, that would be so nice. You could trade up or trade down. Give ability to sever more than just to tell you want to cut their head off? Cut their arms off, you monster? You know, the original Monster Hunter, the design was made such that you wouldn't feel bad about hurting the monsters. Like, the armor was designed to be like, you know, just like scales and stuff, because you'd be like, oh, I just took their scales, like they're not that hurt. And then it's like in later parts of the series, like, no, you can just use the monster's head, that's cool. No, you just have their whole head. That's alright. Do a degen run. Just the head on a stick. I mean, a scale, you take a couple scales, the thing probably wouldn't be that hurt. Maybe they even shed it. Yeah, no, you can cut Velociprey in the earlier Monster Hunter. That's a little bit, I guess, in stark contrast to being like, oh, I just took a couple scales. Remember how big old Rajings are? I remember like it was yesterday because it was only a couple months ago when I fought the Freedom Unite super large Rajang. Yeah, yeah, they got pretty big. Zaldin, hello. Kind of small. I wonder if that's enough damage already on his butt to cause him to trip. He's actually taking quite a bit of slicing ammo. I think Rampage is a fun side activity. in the same way that you would play it as much as like you would do Arena, but I think for most players, I don't think they would want to do it any more than they did Arena. I think with some redesign, it could be really fun. But I think the way it is in the game right now, it's not great. It's a little bit fun with other players, but I think people were saying before, like the reason like people like the roaming ballista is you could roll around on it. Just needs a little bit more workshopping. They just need to play more monkey. You only shoveled coal? Well, it's not necessarily the best way of dealing damage, but I guess with 4 players, you probably can afford a coal boy. I think he's gonna get stuck. Bring back Pookie Pookie? I mean, he's in the game. I think I got all of his gold crowns, though. Dude, Copper Blagonga's got a problem, though, Turnip. He's too strong. Scatter and Spread Shot? Shrapnel and Spread Shot? Shrapnel is like long-range homing spread. Spread is very close range. They should bring back Spooky Spooky. Kangalala is a great monster, absolutely. He's always relevant. Usually he's got a lot of life, so he's kind of fun to beat on, too. Like to fight Gobel? Gobel's a good fight. There was a event once in Monster Hunter Frontier Turnip where I think they took Ono's face, the director of that in Street Fighter, and they put it on a Kangalala as like a joke. I think that's really funny. To me, that's really funny. I think Astalos is going to be great, B-Sponge. I think I can put a lot of work into it. Like, imagine taking your boss at work and then putting him on a big farting monkey. And not just immediately getting fired. Seems like he was probably an okay boss, but I know he got, like, really stressed out and tired. And then when he left Capcom, that was kind of like the beginning of the end, probably, for Frontier. As much as I love Capcom and their video games, it did not seem like they gave Ono the best of working conditions. It's kind of sad. I guess that's just like game industry in general, right? I don't know who Ono's working for. No, there was one with Kangalala. They might have done it against Six King Gun, but I distinctly remember seeing, like, a farting Ono. Hear about the Capcom salary raises? Nope. When did that happen? After World? Reach. Uh-oh. Camera's shutting down, guys. We gotta turn the fan on. A few weeks ago, they announced they're giving 10 of their staff a 30% raise. Good for them. As a stockholder, I approve of that. Well, let me fix it. Let me fix the camera. Hold on, I'll be right back. I mean, 30% of what number, right? Is that too close? That might be too close. Hold on. Oh, cigarette. Oh, okay. I got them mixed up. Closer. Going all the way. Yeah, I mean, the gaming industry in general preys on people that like, oh, I want to make video games. They're like, all right. Which is strange because like any other industry where like you're coding for a living like pays a ton. But it's like, oh, video games? Oh, we're not going to pay you. You have plenty of people lining up to work here. Like at Nintendo or whatever. Show pores. If you really zoom in, you should be able to see a couple. Should I go status dual blades for Sunbreak or spread? Oh, I like spread. I don't have any issues with spread in this game. It feels a lot more balanced than it did in World. But do you mean like the cat claws? Blast poison? Sounds great. Sounds respectable. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry, Kalu. I have to choose death. Any insider info on when this is going to go on sale on Steam? No. Is there normally a summer Steam sale? How's the mods? Poison is pretty much the only... Dual Blades is the only one that gets a bonus. It's on sale now? Get it now. Just get it now. Now. Well, the most it's probably going to go on sale for is $40 because the bundle is going to be like $60, I think, for the base and then the DLC. So if you can get it for $40 or less somehow, just get it. Or just get it now. I mean, What's $10 when everything is ridiculously expensive? Do I like Rise or World more? I think Rise is better combat, but I think World has like the better overall game. But it's not really fair because you're talking about like a game with like a G rank expansion and years of support versus a game that's been out for just barely a year. You know what I mean? Like, there's still some fights in this game that are hard. Like, I'd say Valstrax is relatively challenging. Apex Zenogre's pretty challenging. You know, graphics aside, and then, you know, definitely this game is a little bit of a step down from World. I mean, there's really no debating it. I think Sunbreak will be the best combat the series has ever seen. Apex is pretty aggressive. He messes you up because, like, he doesn't attack as often as normal Zenogre. Think Sunbreak will top Iceborne? I think so. Yeah. Yeah. In terms of challenging fights, in terms of endgame, I have zero idea. No clue. Hello? Oh. Kind of small. Not really small, but kind of small. In terms of speedruns, Rise is like way harder than World was. Yeah, no, Tilgon, I mean, it's a very reasonable complaint. Some people might be happy about it, because at the very least, the game runs very well. You're not a gold crown, are you? You don't look that small. Sometimes you can never tell, though. Trying World, but you're underwhelmed? I love the World Switch X. But I like Rise Switch X too, so I have no real complaints. Zero Summon World felt like cheating. If you were using the Rocksteady and the Temporal Mantle, it arguably kind of was. Tell me, you getting Billie Eilish Adobe ads? Somebody was complaining about those the other day. Eilish? Wow, what's her name? Did I get that wrong? Alice? Eilish? No way. A lot of people comparing video games with real life jobs, like flying a plane. Excuse me? Excuse me? The only job that I would rank internet clown above is middle manager. Otherwise, any other person who does any sort of labor ranks in the higher above me in the social hierarchy, is my opinion. Flying a plane is not a real job. You're a bus driver in the sky. An autopiloting bus driver. That's still important, though. Like, I still want to have a good pilot. They're there for if something goes wrong. HR department, they rank below middle manager. They basically are middle managers. They know what they did. Being a video game doctor, I mean, has anybody ever played like Surgeon Simulator and try to like actually do surgery on someone? As a pilot yourself, autopilot sucks. You get to take a nap. Don't tell us you don't take a nap. Doesn't do what you think it does? All right, tell us. All right, Mr. Big Shot, flying in the air, autopilot hater, denier. That sounds like something somebody would say who's worried a little bit about their job security. What does autopilot do, though? It holds the plane steady while you're in the air, right? Points you in the right direction? What else is it supposed to do? I know it doesn't land the plane. It probably could, though. This is slander? You haven't given us one honest description of what you actually do in the cockpit. Is the food better in first class? The answer is yes, right? What food do you guys get to eat? Do you guys get the first class food? A slight breeze can change your course. Can it not correct for that? Well, I mean, you got two guys up there. Like, one of you could take a nap. Why is first class so expensive, by the way? It's crazy expensive. I want to sit up there one day, but it's like the price is like insane. Who got the money for that? Because they can. I always judge them. Whenever I'm walking past first class, I always look at them like, you rich son of a bitch. You sit in the back with the rest of us animals. It's definitely a way to feel rich, that's for sure. You get on the plane first, literally so you can watch all the poor people shuffle past you looking miserable. That's literally the only reason it exists. Because you get put in like zone 5 when you get a normal ticket. See if you can upgrade at the gate the last minute. Comes out way cheaper. Like how much cheaper? It's always full. Like I don't know. I mean, it's been a long time since I've been on a plane. I will next time. Oh, they must make way more money on first class. Are you kidding me? What's the difference? A little glass of champagne? Can I bring you in your first class flight? I mean, how much am I paying? So, dude, first class of shoes more expensive than everything I had on you. You are morally and ethically allowed to eat that, man. You are, if you wanted to, you could have leapt onto him and just started chewing on his face, and that would actually be okay legally and ethically. Can we eat meat? I'm not rich. I'm not first class. I've never flown first class. All the things you guys say I'm rich for, I've never flown first class. Not legally? No. Here's the difference. When you're 4,000 feet in the air, no laws. That's hold on. That's actually not true. There are laws. Don't eat people. I do not have a $5,000 hoodie. So last time I checked the bird nest? That's why I'm rich? Not true, no. Haven't, I mean, you definitely would cost a lot of money to go first class. No, Fox today. You missed the bougie sweater. A little bit too warm for the bougie sweater. Got upgraded to business once? They're just like, hey, we like you. I just don't fly enough to ever get enough points to like go up the system where they would care about me. I look so cool in the jacket and glasses. It's still around somewhere. I forget where I put it. I'll check. Jen and I have a flight. Can you play Metal Gear Rising for variety? I actually have it downloaded on my Xbox. We got a flight to Finland in a couple weeks. I'll ask at the gate to see how much it is. If it were like $100 or $200 each, I might actually do it. But it's like almost 0% chance that there's going to be seats left. What's in Finland for me? There's a wedding. A good mask ready for the flight? Yep. And I'm hoping I'll be able to get a second booster. Well, when I'm in Finland, we'll almost definitely be playing Monkey for the whole week, so look forward to that. I don't know what else my computer can run. I want to get a gaming laptop, but like I don't want to buy a gaming laptop that doesn't have like a 4070. I mean, Vampire Survivors would probably run too. No, I'm not going to do a whole Pokemon run, not for a couple days. It could probably play Rise at like 720p 30. I don't think it can do 60 frames per second. I mean, I guess I could just tell people I'm playing on the Switch. Maybe that would work. Capture card and Switch? I'll have a capture card. I could possibly do the Switch. But I think I'd rather just play it. Slay the Spire? There's a chance, but I'm not really in practice. I watch a lot of Jorbs, but I don't think that makes me good at Slay the Spire. We'll do a laptop test stream, What Dogs Read. I mean, at the very least, I'm going to test it out before I leave, because maybe I can get Rise to run. Make a sack beat and Slay the Spire. Jorbs is like one of the best players at Slay the Spire in the world, and he gets sack beat. That just comes with like the territory. I don't know that Slay the Spire is comfy. He provokes it? Outside of giving people the ability to spam claw, people just ask him to do mean things. Like I think nowadays he rarely gets that many people sack beating him, like with like legitimately good strategy. I get it. I watched Jorbs literally this morning. I watched an hour and 45-minute long silent run. It was an amazing run. Yeah, it's all memes, but like it would be, I would say it would be like real sack beating for me. Because people think I don't know how to play the game, which I mean to some extent is kind of true. But I wouldn't mind trying to get like Ascension 20 with like Silent. That might be fun. I don't know what Ascension I'm at, but can't be that bad. Silent Hill stream with Jen? Oh, Jen doesn't really like streaming. Turn up, she's shy. Which Silent Hill? Silent Hill 5, Homecoming? A20 heart kill on each character challenge when? I think I would kill my channel in the process, but it'd be fun. PSTV and stream Soul Sacrifice. Interesting. Wish there were DLC for Slay the Spire? There's a ton of mods. Most of them are unbalanced, but they're out there. My favorite mod was there was a mod for playing as the slime boss, and there was an article written about it, about how well it was done and how balanced it was. And it was literally the easiest run of Slay the Spire I've ever played in my life. And it just reminded me that sometimes to get people to like a game, you just have to make it easier so they can beat it. There's a fun duo stream game? Well, it's not multiplayer, is it? I don't think so. I like 3. 2 is obviously, you know, the GOAT. But I thought 3 was pretty good, too. 1 is interesting. 1 holds up surprisingly well. It's funny that it was, like, about drugs. Like, it's kind of about drugs. But then the other games don't really, like, get too hard into the drugs. It's just so difficult to balance new characters. Like, even Jorbs had to go at it. And even then, like, it's really hard. It's like somebody who understands the game so well. Like, I don't think people give the creators of that game enough credit. Because I think the initial thought process is, why would I make a card that nobody would ever want to use in Slay the Spire? But sometimes you need to have the bad cards to make the good cards seem good. Like, if everything's good, then like you're always going to be able to build a good deck. Making a bad deck work is kind of like the interesting part of the game. The Jorbs run I watched, she got like Whale bonus Phantasmal Killer. Very interesting. You almost never see a Phantasmal Killer used in a deck. Even Watcher is easier than normal. Have an Animal Crossing day? I don't think I'm going to do that. I'm going to figure it out. It's probably going to be Monkey. Monkey, for some reason, even though it makes no logical sense why Monkey and Monster Hunter go together, people like watching Monkey. And I know I'll be able to stream it. So it's either going to be Monster Hunter or it's going to be Monkey. I can't explain it. Show Turnip Farm? I think Jen's got more money than she knows what to do with. I didn't get wrecked by AI in Connect 4. I had... It was like it was a tutorial on what happens when you lose. Thank you. You believe me? Thank you. I was like, he's got to be ready. Been hunting these guys for European Train Simulator while jet lag. I don't think I'll be able to run Train Simulator. The computer's got, I think it's got like an 8th gen i5 or something. So that's like That's the main thing. I have an external graphics card enclosure. So, like, the graphics will be fine, but, like, the game's got to be real easy on the processor. Like, honestly, if I can do in-roll live streams, like, if I can get, like, enough data, like, I would just, like, get naked in a sauna and stream from there. Like, if I just, like, walk around and show you guys stuff and then eat some finished food, like, that's fine. Do you have a build spreadsheet in Rise? In the Discord, I've got some builds posted. So I think if you go back and finish Dandy Dungeon during Variety, that game has a very long ending as you just grind stuff out endlessly. I don't know. Not really planning on it, but I did like the game. If you need a build for anything, Tilgon, you just ask me. I'll just show it to you. It might be a sub-only channel. I'm not, like, strong-arming you into subscribing. Rune Factory 4 challenge run? Yes, Fume should really stream that. The hard challenges are already like hard. Like, hard is already hard. I don't even know what you would do on, like, Inferno. You'd have to, like, cheese the game. I think it goes on sale fairly regularly, though, the Dandy Dungeon. Is Rune Factory a hard game if you put it on a hard difficulty? Yeah. Really hard. At least I thought so. I got like a cut on my hand or something. No, Rune Factory 4 is great. Rune Factory 5 is only out on the Switch right now, and it suffers from some performance issues, but someday it'll be out on PC. I would definitely recommend Rune Factory 4 over Rune Factory 5 right now, just based on what I've heard. And Rune Factory 4 on PC is great, although Rune Factory 4 ran fine on the Switch. You can grow a mega turnip, or you can grow a mini turnip, actually, I think. But you can, like, use the special fertilizer to fuse a bunch of turnips together. Yeah, I'm sure Rune Factory 4 ran great on the 3DS, at least the new 3DS. I don't know if the original 3DS ran it well. I'm sure new 3DS did it like a treat. I'm thinking of buying Rune Factory 5 for the Switch and then just emulating it, Nameless One. I'm considering it. I think that'd be the way to do it. Well, Rune Factory 5 is great because you can marry anyone. It is very gay-friendly. You're... Like, I think there's, like, 0 limitations. Like, they added in, like, new cutscenes and everything. Oh, if you can't marry the wolf mommy, wait till PC. I'm sure they'll mod that in. Think that's small? He's not big. He's like normal size, maybe. Just never know. Well, Rune Factory 4 is a little sad because there's this one girl you can marry or whatever. But like, I didn't want to marry her. I want to marry her mom. But you can't date her. Very upsetting. Yeah, Xiao Pai. Yeah, I want to marry her mom. I mean, she was all right or whatever, but... Like, I don't know, like, I'm just not, like... It's like, they always make your marriage partner, like, some girl that's, like, questionably 18. It's like, not... I don't know. It's not for me. I hope so. At least give us a couple mommies and daddies, right? Oh my god. Imagine you marry her and you start calling like Xiao Pai or whatever, like your daughter, and you're like, Xiao Pai, me and your mom are working to get you a new brother or sister. It's like, shut up, Dad! You're not my real dad! That makes me laugh for some reason. Yeah, like, it was very awkward playing Rune Factory 4, because your character does look like you're, like, 12. Uh-oh. You don't look old. You certainly don't look like you're old enough to be getting married and having children. I don't know what that is. I don't know why they always do that. KO? Probably KO. Certainly broke his rock. Oh, so sad. I feel like Harvest Moon 1, like, Harvest Moon 1 through Harvest Moon 64, like, you looked young, but, like, the graphics were so dumpy that, like, it wasn't clear that you were, like, necessarily, like, a teenager or an adult or anything like that. Trying to appeal to new people instead of people playing them as they grow up. Like, don't most kids want to be like adults? They don't want to, even if they are a kid, they want to be like, I'm a child! Do I want to be an adult? Literally a man-child, so I don't really know what I can say. Why are you running again? That's like 99.9% likely not to be a crown. Should we get a G rank for stories too? They're probably making a sequel. Well, the players want to be a little prince? Really? I feel like the royalty thing is new to me. When do they start with that? Because, like, Rune Factory Frontier wasn't like that, was it? I know 5 is a lot of story beats that are very similar to 4. Like, it's almost like copy-paste to a certain extent. Rune Factory Frontier, but with like the Roonies balanced out, would be amazing. The issue with the Roonies is like they're too powerful if they're maxed out, and then they screw you over too much if you let them die. That's interesting, like kaiju battles? I mean, that sounds fine. Am I running Wirebug Whisper 3 on that set? Oh, let's find out. Yep. It's attack 7 with weakness exploit 3, crit boost 3, critical eye 3, speed sharpener 3, and 3 points in Wirebug Whisper. That's pretty good. At least that tells me. I don't think you can really do much better. It's about as good as you get. I mean, it doesn't have any like sharpness stuff, but like Hunting Horn doesn't really need it. Half your attacks technically aren't even attacks. This one DPS focus set. Story of my life, man. I just saw an update the other day saying that the newest SMT game just hit 1 million in sales, and it made me really sad. I do a dual blade hunt? Sure. You want to see the poison? You want to see the... Let's do the para one. Do the para one. SMT5 is great. It may be great, but they only sold 1 million copies. Don't know what to tell you. It's not fair. Sad that Persona does so much better. I know. This may be the last SMT game we see for a long time. Like, after that, they're going to be like, why did we work so hard when we could just put Persona on the title and sell, like, 10 million? Somebody look it up for me, actually. How much did Persona 5 sell between Persona 5 and Persona 5 Crimson? Didn't Ace Attorney celebrate 500,000 for the whole series? Dude, my thing is Turnip is like, the guy in charge of Ace Attorney must have saved like Ryozo's life in like a traffic accident or something. Because I don't know how the series keeps getting made. Like, I love it. It's great. $3.2 million for Persona 5? Like, that's pretty good for an RPG. I don't know. SMT5 might be a Switch exclusive. Talking about Matator in Nocturne? That guy's a boss, man. I love that guy. What is this mod change? I'll show you literally like the one usable set. Full Awful Freak after this By the way, ate some falafel this past weekend. Sunday, I had some falafel. How does that make you feel? They're releasing Soul Hackers 2, so they're seemingly committed to making non-Persona games. I mean, that game was in development before SMT5. I'm not saying nothing. I'm just saying. Falafel's great. Well done. Falafel's amazing. It's like chickpeas ground up and fried with some other stuff. Persona 6 is literally going to be beat for beat everything that happens in Persona 4, except the characters are all just going to have different colored hair. Flexing my wealth because I had falafel? It's not a particularly expensive food. I think the full meal was like $30. It was a shawarma hero, an order of hummus with 2 pitas, falafel with a side of French fries, and a Lebanese soda. Nice gold crown. I got the French fries for Jen. The pitas came with the hummus, and the hummus was like $3. I hope the next Persona game doesn't have a weird romance option. You guaranteed to have an adopted brother or sister that you could romance. Literally guaranteed. All right, hold on. Poison, dual blades. All right, so here's what you get. Drug knowledge makes it so every hit is guaranteed to do status at a slightly reduced amount. And then status pursuit, that makes it so your status damage, so in this case, 53 gets added to my raw whenever the monster's poisoned. Sounds really powerful until you realize that I could run basically 0 crit on this set. These skills were in Frontier. You romance Futaba? Oh, I always do the Playboy playthrough. I always romance everyone. I'm a bastard. Can't do that? So good, man. I played base Persona 5, and my playthrough took over 100 hours, and I never want to play Persona 5 again. Should be broken and Master Rank with more slots available? It would certainly be powerful. I think it remains to be said whether or not it would be broken. Why am I doing this quest so many times? How long have you been watching? Could just be like, why is he killing so many Arceus? We're going for gold crowns. This is not a gold crown, Arzuros. You had to romance everybody in Persona 3? I mean, you don't have to, do you? God of Pudding Mountain? What? Get away with it too? That's funny. Yeah, you're right, in a way you do. Man, no spoilers, but the answer was weird as hell as like follow-up content to Persona 3. I don't know what the hell they were smoking when they came up with that. The fights were okay, but everything else was just like, who designed this? This is weird, man. No, I like the fights were actually really fun. Yep. So this will procs poison quite a bit faster than normal. And then you get a little extra damage. Almost comparable to having crit on the weapon. If my cat gives me the crit buff, it's pretty good. More turn-based games like Paper Mario? I think there's a good amount of turn-based games out there, but they don't necessarily get the big press, you know? Well, unless you mean specifically like Paper Mario, in which case I kind of agree with you. Yeah, you don't see a lot of those, do you? They're pretty popular, though, the Mario games. Didn't the guy that makes the Yakuza series, didn't he leave Sega, though? Am I crazy? Didn't that happen? I think he might have. Or he's planning on leaving, I don't know. What's the best greatsword build? Probably full Valstrax with a Nargacuga greatsword. It's probably the best. I'm not using it though. Because I'm a hipster. He left Sega to make more Super Monkey Ball? My dream is monkeys and balls. Oh, yeah. You can, like, romance Ken? That's messed up. Weird that Persona 3 Portable got made. Just in general. Oh, right, we've got focus here. Okay, hold on, I'm an idiot. We've got, we don't have Rage Slash. It's 25 years almost. The PlayStation version? There's edge hunting. Did you miss the speed run? Had plenty of edge hunting in the speed run last week. I mean, I liked the grittier feel of the original two Personas. I never beat Persona 1. I did beat Persona 2 Eternal Punishment. I never beat Innocence, and I barely even started that game. Persona 1 had Hitler. That was Persona 2. Specifically Eternal Punishment. I don't know if Hitler shows up in Innocent Sin. Yeah. Guaranteed. I played it. I played both of them. Alright, so both Persona 2 games have Hitler. That's funny. That's weird. Volvodon Greatsword, and this is a Rampage Greatsword. It's called the Crimson Goat. You cannot romance Hitler. I think they don't technically call him Hitler. They call him something else. They just call him that. True Charge Slash is actually not in the speedrun. Oh no, it is in the speedrun, you're right. No, I don't think I'm ever... I really don't want to run it again. I really don't want to run Greatsword. There's many other weapons I would rather run before I run Greatsword again. Raid's 3 years old now? Raid Shadow Legends? I don't have any major beef with Raid outside of the fact that it's like a thinly disguised gambling video game, because there was a period of time when I think they were paying a lot of content creators rent. So they still do. I just got an email from them last month. They wanted me to do a thing. We have not done the thing. Only gacha game you spent money on was Honkai Impact 3. So, like, for a lot of gacha games, like, right after they come out, not a lot. For some. I mean, I barely play any of them. But the ones that I do, I'm usually okay with spending money on, like, the season pass. If I like the game, like, what do I care? It's $10 or $15. It supports the developers. Only ever spent money on rolls and Genshin. And I think that was, like, a bet or something. I forget why I even did it. I got Venti or something. I don't know. I barely even played afterwards. Now somebody wants to drop kick me in the balls because I did that. So I picked up Fire Emblem Heroes like right when it came out. And, well, Monster Hunter Online's not a gacha game. And like within like my first pull, I got like Takumi or some like really good bow guy, and I just easily steamrolled the game, and then I never played it again. Fire Emblem Heroes gets pay to win? If you do the PvP stuff, sure. I mean, that's always like the concern if you've got PvP and you've got gacha, right? It's very much an arms race of who could spend more. Oh, I'm sure Takumi's garbage now compared to everyone else, but he was pretty good when the game first launched. I mean, you say whale, like, what does that mean? Like, that's not $1,000 a month. I think that's like whaling, right? You said you don't spend that much money. What do you miss? We're talking about whaling. Whaling in video games. I mean, probably, I guess it depends on the game, right? Some games are probably better or worse than others. I think he's gonna get KO'd again. With all those sticky threes on his face. You'd say more than $100 is a whale? Hard to say. I don't know if I'm going to have enough ammo to kill him, but we're going to try it. Oh, this background? It looks like I'm outside. I kind of am. Yeah, a little bit. Maybe we'll get really lucky. We'll use our normal twos, or sticky twos. This will be enough. Paying for Elden Ring weapons on a black market? I think at one point Distortion was getting like sponsorship offers from a company that was selling Soul Echoes or whatever. That's kind of messed up. Lost Ark set a daily spending limit at 1,000. Oh, that's reasonable. That's only $365,000 a year. I mean, the screwed up thing is there are some people that actually could afford that. Imagine Elon Musk getting addicted to Lost Ark. I gotta sell some stock, guys, for a thing. It's just going to Lost Ark. I mean, presumably he would just, like, buy the company, right? All those people absolutely deserve to get eaten. Done longsword in a while. Doubt people who could afford that would be playing Lost Ark. I don't know. What do you think Notch is doing recently? You never know. It's up to a Twitch streamer that can afford that? Sure. I mean, there's Twitch streamers that are easily millionaires, and as a business expense could easily afford $1,000 a month. Yeah, I mean, there's some of them. Top 1,000? Top 500s? I don't know. I don't know what the point is, but there's certainly a point where they can afford it. I spent all my money on couches. Shroud spends a bunch on Lost Ark. I've heard he's into that game. Someone's buying all those NFTs? Could be Notch. Dude, I'm easily above top 3,000. Oh, he's small. That's a little guy. Layered armor that can make your black Palico look like a black mage? I will tell you. I'll find it and I'll show it to you. Second world country? So, fun story. The third world, second world, and first world countries is kind of like a nasty Western thing that they came up with when there was like Cold War between the United States and other communist countries. First world was supposed to represent like democratic capitalist countries, like major ones. Second world was meant to represent the communist countries, and the third world was the ones that hadn't picked a side. It's kind of a rude thing to do. Like when you figure out like where the story is. What is kebab land then? I have no idea what that means. What are you talking about, kebab land? Is there a place that only has kebabs? That sounds delicious. That sounds like a country I want to be in. Turkey? Sounds tasty. I heard Turkey's actually very affordable to be in. Although I also hear the internet is kind of slow, so that'd be a bit of a problem if I wanted to visit. How fast is your internet? What's your upload speed? Please be baby. Damn it. $10 megabits up? Almost doable. 100 megabits down is fine. It's the up speed that's hard. If you were bougie, could you afford more? What's the highest up speed you can get? UK, the dollar store is called Pound Land when it could have been Pound Town? I mean, Pound Land is still very good. I don't think that's a crown. Mom, I want to go to Pound Town. I need small for both. I already have 20 megabits with fiber. If it's real fiber, that would actually theoretically be better than the internet I have here. Is that in Istanbul? I don't want to dox you. I'm just curious. Oh my god. Was that really it? It was? Do you think the internet would be faster in Istanbul? Izmir looks nice. Next to some water. Told you, you were right. All right, so let's look up Arzuros. We weren't even, I guess we were going for the Kulu. There might be a better Arzuros quest. Too bad it smells rotten? Like the whole town smells rotten? I don't believe you. It can't be that bad. Divine Comedy, blue, round, and cute. Let's capture a Arzuros. I think just going in, murdering him, and then leaving is going to be the fastest. Oh, the sea smells rotten? Oh, is it pollution? That's unfortunate. Maybe it'll get cleaned up someday. Bad sewer management, just like blasting things into the ocean. Gross! That's really sad when that happens. You wonder why certain areas don't end up getting really popular for tourism. Like, Sicily would be amazing for tourism, but some people in the government just keep getting in the way from making it really developed. You know, food's good and it's like surrounded by ocean. What are you gonna do? Are you Sicilian? No offense. Might be visiting you this summer. I'd recommend as a tourist to cheat for other countries. Like don't go to Turkey. But then it starts up to get your flight canceled. It hasn't happened to me yet. I'm assuming worst case scenario, if Etna is having a bad day, you just take a boat from Rome. Can't be that bad. I just killed him. $1 is 5 currency here? That sounds like that could be good. What can you get with 1 currency there? I mean, not like the dollar's really worth anything anymore. Jesus Christ. Inflation's so scary. Yeah, I might spend a couple months there this summer, Tilgon. It's a possibility. All you can really say is lol inflation. That's the world we live in. My favorite is HM BOL, holding my butt open laughing. Please take that and use it when appropriate. You can take that. Type it in your group chat, and when somebody's like, yo, what does that mean? Just say, holding my butt open laughing. Inflation's always been a thing, but it's been relatively low since like 2008. Ever since like the Great Recession, like it's been like kind of chill. You know, the Federal Reserve normally wants it to be like around 1 or 2%. But what we're seeing now is what happens when it like is well over 10%. Baby numbers? Well, Russia right now is going for probably some inflation records. Oof. But I mean, that's different than normal inflation. I mean, that's essentially like warfare on a currency. You know, the inflation we're seeing in the United States and a lot of other countries is because they spent a lot of money without getting it through taxation, so they printed it, which leads to inflation. Is this quest the better one to try for Arzuros crowns? I think it is. The only other quest that gets Arzuros crowns is the capture quest. But this one I can just like back out after I kill him. It should happen pretty quickly now that it's just him and I don't have to get the Kulu. That one looks a little small. Or maybe not. You like small bears? I had a roommate once that was just like you, Shup. He was a roommate in college. I don't know what he ever ended up doing. That summer he was taking classes to be a male model. He was a little strange though. I once found him in the kitchen just standing like either completely naked or just in his underwear holding a knife. I don't really know what he was doing. I don't know, he got eaten by a bear. Maybe he was contemplating surgery? I don't know. Pawning your knives nakedly is a human experience. I was just going out there to get some hummus. I was really into hummus that summer, I think. And Cave Story, the video game. I love that game. Ooh, it's so good. It's still so good, but it was really good back then. He went to jail for murdering his next roommate? I don't think he went to jail. Sick and tired of the hummus theft? That was my hummus. I mean, he was welcome to have some. I mean, if it was going to save my life, I'd be like... Is the axe spin damage even going up, or is it just the first hit of the axe swing? There's one big hit, but it gets covered by all the little hits, if that's your question. Basically, when you hold the spin, your damage more or less gets doubled. Something like that. I've never actually done the math before, to be honest with you. Got 3 Apexes left. How about everything else? Apexes are easy ones, though. Oh, I don't have the skill equipped shoved on this set, so I get no bonus. Is this on your Switch save, John, or is this on PC? I didn't know you got this far on PC. Grinding since I started. How many? Are you putting in more hours than I am in a day? You beast. You might also be using more degenerate tactics than I am. I say as I basically paralock the bear. It's disgusting. Are you only using the degenerate set? That must be awful. That's gotta be terrible. Roofhole Company hasn't contacted me all day. I'm guessing they're not coming. I could have done a speed run. Now I'm mad. Now I'm angry. What is he doing? Is he broken? Is that normal? What is he doing? Why isn't he taking off? That's weird. That was strange. That's normal? Okay, I've never noticed it before, the ability to do that. It's normal when I use turbo. So you don't hold a direction? I've never noticed that before. This is kind of funny. trying to get the butt trip. You're gonna grind out events now, take a crown break so we can climax together like planned. Well, hold on. I was planning on doing the meat as my final, achievement. I think, I don't have the meat, do I? Hope I don't. I don't think I do. Blast might actually be better on him. What's 62%? Is today the day for Rampage? I'm 4 hours in with 2 crowns. I mean, the other ones are easy, right? But I gotta take pictures of stuff. What happened? Somebody typed Dauntless. It's a 50-50 chance of getting timed out. I think I got the spirit bug, actually. The annoying ones are going to be, obviously, the crowns. Pictures of all the endemic life, I guess. Well, I've definitely picked up a lot of them, so it's not going to be that hard. I'm just laughing thinking about Dauntless. How much time I've spent in that game. It's supposed to be like a magical girl step. Am I a magical girl? I feel like one. Did I actually play Redacted at one point? What do you think? It's a lot of damage numbers? I mean, it hits a lot. I'm sure there are some good things about Dauntless. I've heard people making the claims that they thought it had a better future than Modstoner, which is crazy, but everyone's entitled to an opinion. How many hours are we at? Oof, we're starting to get up there. And what's good? I mean, I guess it's a live service game, right? So there's probably a lot of content updates. Can't polish a turd? Debatably might be better than Soul Sacrifice, I don't know. That does not look small at all. That looks huge. Whatever. Sure, I mean, Soul Sacrifice is good for the platform it's on, but how does it, you know, how does it stand up now? Well, I don't even know if the DLC can be downloaded for Soul Sacrifice anymore. Which is actually kind of a shame. $50-50 sucks. Maybe it's just not your lucky day. Have you tried again? I have a Vita TV and a Vita. I feel very bougie. Try for 10 streams in a row? You never know when your luck's gonna turn. See, Parka got it. Try Gunlance again. Just do fire. I don't think he counts as a wyvern, right? It's a bear. I'm not smirking. I'm happy that you made it through. Am I not allowed to be happy? My whole life has been good RNG. I'm happy to see it when it happens to other people. Well, you know what? It's a good thing, because now he eats my honey. John Christian. Never heard of it. Is it a porn? I'm worried it's a porn. I mean, even if it was, like, no big deal. Oh, he's almost done anyways. Things can't die by being wallbanged, right? Arzuros. Well, we got our gold crown here for the large, so we can definitely get it for the small. Well, almost definitely get it for the small. All right, hold on. I'm gonna look it up. I don't see how this is not a pornography. John Christian is a talented DJ, producer, and multi-instrumentalist from the Netherlands. This game looks like a Unity asset flip. Why would I spend $5 on this game? Spread the word of Jesus? Oh. What the hell is that, Shup? I mean, of course you're not gonna get Dauntless for that. There was actually a strange number of people that when this game came out on Steam, came into the stream and were like, can you give me the game? It was like a lot. Like, I never seen that before. Times must be tight. I mean, do I blame them for trying? Sure, but I mean, the issue is like, they're like, oh, I don't have any money. But like, how do you know that they're not just going to take the code and then sell it? There's really no way to know. Better gift to people that don't beg? I mean, you don't really want to, like, reward the behavior, at the very least. I can use you to gift directly? Like as like my gift boy to gift to other people? What kinds have I got today? We finished Baggy and Kulu. Right now we're working on Arzuros. And then after Arzuros, we've got some more interesting ones. Sampacanth? Fire Cannon's just my alias, guys. I've been gaslighting you all for months now. I mean, there is a thing where, like, after you add somebody as a friend on Steam, it's like weeks, like a week or two before you're allowed to, like, give them anything. Probably to try and prevent scams. It's probably a good thing. We've been in the same chat room before, actually. Every once in a while, he'll throw something up in the Discord chat channel, like a little stream, and I'll hop in. It's not a baby. Probably not a baby. The sliding, like, movement reposition skills are so interesting in this game. It completely changes the way that you're able to play. Fade plays, you got it, man. I don't know, Coco. Oh, yeah, the Bumble Pumpkin or whatever. We're talking about the cat. Did you get it? Except Gunlance is going to be like the strongest weapon. Now, hold on. I'm not super rich. I was able to purchase a home before massive real estate prices went up. And I'm grateful for that. And I do have a lot of couches. And I've paid off my student loans. That's like so bougie. Oh my god. I make good financial decisions. I'm pretty decent at that. One day I hope to have over 1,000 shares of Capcom stock. I'll get there. No. I didn't get any money from stocks. I've never sold a stock before. I've only bought. I don't do day trading. I just invest. We've got a smug emote. It's like a cartoon emote. No, like I'm going in. Please stop wearing that t-shirt. You look too rich. How is this a rich person t-shirt? It's not $1,000 Supreme shirt. If it weren't on sale, it might have been 30 or 40, but I'm sure I only got it for like 10 to 15. Egyptian cotton with gold plate. Now, Capcom stock has ticked down a little bit recently, but I'm very confident. I'm very confident it's going up. Let's see how it is today. Everything went down today from what I saw earlier. Something went up. Oh no. It's so bad. Capcom went down by 44 cents. My tech stock index went down by 7. Yikes. I blame Netflix. Oh well. It'll get better someday. No, I 100% blame Netflix. People are going to rush to buy Netflix stocks? Depends if you're confident that they're going to be able to continue to make good content, or if they've lost all those people. I mean, the market's just in a different place now. Like, the expectation is that Netflix was always going to be able to continue to grow and they would never stop losing subscribers. But, you know, there's Disney Plus, there's HBO Max, you know. I mean, the funny thing, Radical Corvine, is if I were to get punished for sharing my account, I would just cancel it. I'm already paying them like $20 a month. It would be the easiest thing in the world for me to be like, sorry guys, I'm getting charged, I'm canceling it. I mean, Amazon Video is basically free, right? Like, if anything, the account sharing should be like a feature. I mean, they're charging $20. Whereas HBO Max is like 10 to 15, depending on if you got it on sale or not. Disney Plus is like 15. Is that right? I mean, did I try CNN Plus? No. I have Paramount Plus, but that's through my father-in-law because he likes to watch European soccer matches. I don't know. I don't hate HBO and their title screen that bad. It's fine. It's no worse than Paramount Plus. Not knowing the price of things you pay for regularly bougie. I mean, it's not. I mean, what's it matter? Is it that big of a difference? Did I see Halo? I am not watching Halo. Super sorrow. That's not a bougie thing. Like, whatever. I'm gonna pay for it every month. What's that bougie? I don't know how much it is. I honestly don't know. How is that? Is that really bougie? It's not like I mail them a check every month. It just comes off my credit card. Oh, I stopped paying for Spotify. They had the worst, like, random system ever. Like, I want shuffled songs. Like, just kept playing me the same goddamn music over and over again. So done with you. So what do I have? I have Twitch Turbo. YouTube Premium. HBO. Netflix. Amazon Prime? What type of music do I listen to? Listen to a lot of retro wave and video game music. Like 80s, like synth sort of stuff. I really want to cancel Netflix. You agree with me on highways now? It's about goddamn time. What are you talking about highways too? No! These bears really aren't doing us a lot of favors, are they? This might tumble. But the music from Tron was good? Yeah, me too. Poor little guy. Should be the last thing he needs. One last tap to the ass. It's not a small bear. I really just capture him to prove a point. I mean, too salty stick, like, I gotta finish it. Like, I gotta finish the bear. The bear is not finished. Until he is, neither am I. It's still not as bad as Legambi. Legambi was driving me insane. That was really bad. I might be getting a little snack soon, though. Maybe after a couple more bears. I'll get, like, a little protein bar or something. I'm probably going to get takeout tonight, guys. What should I get? I don't have any groceries. Other than beans and soup. And I don't want to feed Jen beans or soup. Chinese food? It was first on my mind, to be honest with you. Burgers is possibly. No kebabs near me. Can't get them. I would love kebabs. Get some pizza and watch Stranger Things. Is that out tonight? No way. Don't. Curry? I'm going to be making curry next week. Not season 4? All right. Season 1's pretty good though. I would possibly rewatch season 1. May and July. Are they doing a weekly thing? Rather than everything out at once? That's different for Netflix. Splitting into 2 parts. It's kind of strange. No, that's what it is, dude. Easily they're doing that to keep the monthly subs. Subscribe in May, forget to cancel in June, and then pay again for July. It's kind of embarrassing. May 27th and July 4th? That works out like perfectly, right? Am I wrong? Does that work out perfectly to be like just like the saddest, most money grubby thing always? You gotta pay for 2 months. Not embarrassing when all the other streamers do weekly instead of no dumps at all. Well, it's only because Netflix like had that whole thing of like the binge, right? Release the whole thing in bingeable content. Works out great, Planet Fitness. Well, Planet Fitness banks on people subscribing and just literally never canceling. Like, I don't know that Planet Fitness actually wants you to get fit.
New news.
Netflix never has good movies, just old stuff. There might be good movies on there, but God help you in finding them. I think if you have a VPN, you can like go around to other countries and get better shows, but I'm not sure how likely that is to make them cancel your account or not. Oh yeah, no, I had to send a registered letter once to cancel a gym membership in Nuzcraft. Now they do that on purpose. It's probably illegal, actually. Kind of little. That's a little guy.
Lips.
I mean, Radical Corvian, it's just like streaming services of the new cable. Watch him kill me. Hope he does. We've had little guys before, though, so don't get too excited. Oh, I mean, all I have is internet. I don't have phone or cable. I mean, that's got to be like the most old person possible. Like, if you've got a house phone, you got to be old, man. You got to be over the age of 50. How's my day going? It's going pretty good. Could be going slightly better, but it's not. I'm not gonna complain. Imagine paying for streaming services instead of giving yourself internet Brian disease on Twitch. Well, Twitch is arguably also free. So, I mean, I guess that's a benefit. Please. Please. Yes! Yes! Oh, he's so little. I already have a gold crown little one, but that one seems kind of little too. Yeah. Nothing in there is really free? I mean, true. You will get blasted by ads. Even on this stream, I've been coerced by Twitch into running ads. It feels terrible. It's not letting me run another ad. Why not? You still have a house phone and cable? Yeah, you're old. Well, your parents are old, at the very least. It may not be you, but your parents are old. I mean, to be clear, I don't care at all if people are blocking ads. I'm old. I don't have a house phone. Not that old. And I've seen your wrinkly peepee, all right? That thing looks like a slinky. It's so old. So don't even come at me like that. All right, I think I'm gonna take a little break. I think I'm gonna get a protein bar. Yeah, hunting horn's great. You got Supersonic and Mania? Congratulations. Twitch will have replaced my face in the corner with an ad bar. I'm sure they'll figure something out. All right, we're running a minute and 30 seconds worth of ads to skip ads for the next 30 minutes? I can't even run 2 minutes of ads. It won't let me. It's very confusing. All right, be back in a second. I can't run it longer. Eh. Oh, I don't know if I'm am I muted? Am I just like smacking right into the microphone? Oh, hold on. I don't eat candy. I eat protein bars. I like mint. I look cute when I eat. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, chocolate mint is amazing. Which I drink. What am I drinking? Grapefruit bubbly. You can't really see it because it's backwards. Do I have a P.O. box? I stopped paying for it after coronavirus because I didn't leave my house. Favorite candy bar? I don't really eat candy. I don't know. I like peanut butter. How's the stream today? Check this out. Looking pretty good, huh? All the way up to Somnicanth. Peanut butter isn't candy? Well, what are some candied nuts? Oh, yeah, like some, like, roasted pecans? How many more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11? I don't like these nuts. Can I fit these nuts in your mouth? I could probably fit a dozen, yeah. They're all small and, like, malnourished looking. I'll go. You need, Gold Crown large. Like, the Silver Crowns don't do anything for you. I'm fairly happy. Your scrotums are small. What the hell, man? What are you talking about? What does it even mean, gamer scrotums are small? You got a small gamer scrotum. It's so weird. Why would you say that? What's the abbreviation for lol you like again? Holding my butt open, laughing. You can also do LMAO. You can do that's the extended version. Holding my butt open, laughing. So we can do invoke the insect glaive to finish it a bit earlier. We just do the normal one. I think it's fine. Let's do this one. Oh, I like it. I think it's funny. Yeah, I saw the new Batman. I got HBO. Super Sorrow. It's good. I recommend it. Kind of long, but like whatever. I like Robert Pattinson. I'm assuming he's going to get at least one more movie because that's just the way movies are now. Who made that emote? DeSantis dude. I paid him money. Yeah, you have it. How do you rate it against the other Batmans? Ooh. That's a hard question. I think Christian Bale was a really good Batman. But I really, like, personally like Christian Bale. I guess to be fair, like, I guess about the same. Oh, right. I want to get an anti-sleep on this. You know, I mean, there's still... You know, did Val Kilmer do okay? Yeah, he was all right. Did Michael Keaton do okay? Given what he had to work with, I think Michael Keaton did great. You know, and Jack Nicholson, you know, always elevates pretty much any movie he's in. So, I mean, that's pretty cool, right? I mean, honestly, you just really can go into, like, what's, like, an objectively really bad Batman movie. And that's, like, is that Batman Forever? And even then, you know, like, every line from Arnold is kind of funny. The worst part about the George Clooney one is just, like, the weird nipples, like the weird little rubber nipples. Like, if they just didn't have weird little rubber nipples, it probably wouldn't have been as bad. But they did. Can't take that away. No, Arnold's Batman. He was Mr. Freeze. He would make, I mean, I don't know if he'd make even a bad one. Ben Affleck Batman? I mean, he's just kind of mediocre, right? He's just, like, weird and violent. Like, no major spoilers. It's in the first, like, maybe 10 or 15 minutes of the movie, like, the Ben Affleck Batman, he's, like, running around, he's, like, branding people with, like, bat symbols on them for committing crimes. Like, yeah, Batman's pretty violent, but, like, he's not like the sort of dude that's gonna, like, brand your flesh. He's not like a completely unmitigated psychopath. I thought that was really weird. I'm like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, but even if he was playing Miller's Batman, like, I've read the Miller series a ton, and that's still, like, not the sort of thing he would do, in my opinion. Like, I read the collection so often, the spine actually fell apart on my collection for the graphic novel. It literally, like, ripped in half. That's how much I read it. But if he was going to play him old, then he should have been old. Like, he was kind of young. So they didn't, you know. And even then, like, all right, he's playing Miller's Batman. Like, some weird glowy goo guy is, like, I don't know. It's just... It's just Hollywood being Hollywood. This is Hollywood being Hollywood, picking and choosing parts that they wanted. And then having this, like, trying to make it this tie-in, you know, for the rest of their cinematic universe. Yeah, I don't know anything about the Court of Owls. Is that, like, a recent thing? In my broken mind, I believe I could edit a better Batman versus Superman. And I don't know why I even care, because, like, I really shouldn't care. But I feel like with, like, a better editor, like, it could have been an okay movie. And it's terrible, but, like, from what I remember, you could essentially cut literally every scene that Lois Lane is in, and it would speed up the pacing so much more. Like, I would hate to just completely cut her character, but they wrote really irrelevant scenes for her to be in. You just cut it. Because that was the problem, is it was like the pacing was awful. It was 2.5 hours, didn't have to be longer than 1 hour and 45 minutes. Something like that. Maybe it was 3 hours, the extended version? Two hours and 31 minutes. Ultimate Director's Cut is 182 minutes. I think that's the version I saw. Never read Court of the Owl? No, I guess I didn't. I guess I didn't. No. No, not familiar with it. I was reading comics, like, I was pretty into comics up until maybe the mid to late 2000s. Maybe like 2010 is like when I really stopped reading comics. There was a point where I was like, man, maybe someday I should get like actually like subscribe to comics, but it's not like that anymore. You know, there's just like so many things competing for your attention nowadays. Muscle Memory, isn't it bad? You know, it's like literally not enough time. Like even if it was your job to like consume content, like you just couldn't do it. It's crazy. I mean, here's the thing. Even if you know nothing of the comics, you know, and like I was completely willing to take Batman versus Superman on its own merits. Like the pacing was terrible from the version I saw. Think this is a top one? I mean, they've done Killing Joke and Red Hood before. Animated. If you like animated stuff, I was just scrolling through HBO and like the stuff that they have available for streaming. Like they've got so many animated movies on there, it's insane. Remember Martha? That part didn't even bother me that much. What bothered me is it took like 2 hours and 20 minutes to get there in the Ultimate Director's Cut, or probably whatever it was. Did I get all the crowns? We're working on it. Is like in the comic, you know, like Batman and Superman fighting is so much more impactful because like they've known each other for a while. And Superman at that point is like a tool of the American government, and Batman is kind of like very much anti-establishment. How far am I? We're like almost 12 away. So, like, it means something, you know? Because, you know, they're still both, you know, they lived a life of being heroes in a way, but, like, Superman is essentially being used as a weapon of mass destruction, and it's portrayed as such. Whereas in the movie, it's like, oh, he's such a nice guy. You know, there's no political commentary whatsoever. So it's like the most fabricated conflict you could have compared to what was given to us in the comics. I don't know. I guess I just assume that they just think like modern audiences aren't capable of handling stories like that. And maybe it's true, you know, I don't know. It's kind of the same thing that happened with V for Vendetta. V for Vendetta was like extremely toned down. Did I see Red Sun? I read the comic. I did not see it, but I read it. There's a lot of those, like, alternate worlds, like, what if Superman were bad? What if Batman were bad? What if Batman were really a bad? I like those. Like, I actually don't mind them. I mean, part of it, honestly, Trey, like, and I don't know this, like, this is 100% pure speculation. I would not be surprised if some of the stuff that they used for Batman versus Superman was provided to them from the US military. And in creating the script, they're like, we should probably not have an anti-military thing going on in here. Which is, you know, understandable, I guess. I don't mind if they're creating new stories for Hofen, or people are gay or whatever. That's fine. It's great. But the weirdest thing to me is the new Julia Child series on HBO Max. Like, I don't know anything about Julia Child, but I read her Wikipedia page. And it says very clearly, Julia Child, you know, had some homophobia in her life, you know, up until she was older and a friend got sick with AIDS. And then she actually became a huge advocate for AIDS and, you know, everything like that. And it was great. It could make a really good storyline. And, like, they're just, like, completely ignoring that in the HBO series. It's like they're writing themselves out of what could be an interesting storyline. It's just a very odd way to portray, like, what would be 1963 America. For whatever reason, they want to do it that way. And I don't know why they're doing it that way, other than just to do it that way. I mean, it's strange. I mean, again, like, I'm going by the Wikipedia page, but in, like, 3 episodes, she's had, like, I don't know. Well, in a way, they're almost treating them like cartoon characters in the context of things. Like, it's almost disrespectful what they're doing in that show, but, like, whatever. I think they're doing it trying to be inclusive, but it's like insulting. Like, I would be insulted. No, I mean some political movies are good. Like, it's important, you know. You know, sometimes there can be really interesting messages and stuff in movies. Do I like Somnicanth? I do, actually. And sometimes if you go back and you watch, like, musicals or plays that were, like, clearly edited for the times, like Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, right? So that had some, like, gay subtext within the confines of the story. That was really written out in the film adaptation with Paul Newman. You know, you miss it. Now, it's still an okay adaptation, but that part is gone. But, you know, from a historical context, it would be nice to see what, you know, actors in the 1950s or 60s would have done with that. But I guess just like the film board or whatever just was not comfortable with that being in the film at the time, or the screenwriters, whoever adapted it. But if it was the writers for Julia, you know, they would have completely, like, mixed the context, you know, and everybody would just be completely fine with everything, and there would be no struggle whatsoever being in the 40s, 50s, or 60s, struggling with this. paralyzed really easily. Wait, what's that about the Green Lantern being weak to wood? I thought he was weak to the color yellow. Did he have a wood weakness as well? You know, these pokes actually are not terrible damage. Earlier version. I mean, he still got his powers by, like, flying up in the air and getting a lantern or something. I don't know. I'd say Green Lantern is probably one of the few superheroes, like, I've got, like, almost no functioning knowledge of. Because I always thought he had just had, like, the weirdest power. I can make things out of green. That's pretty amazing, Superstar. Is that true? Like, written in the 40s? That's, like, very progressive. If true. I was reading the other day, or maybe I watched something, Stan Lee apparently made it okay to talk about drugs in comic books. I only see a picture of a woman with a worm head. Is that her? I don't think I searched for the right thing. I mean, does she have a purple costume? Worm head person. I'm gonna try this one more time. He's a huge reason, Trey. I think literally because of the one drug comic. I don't know if I ever met Stan Lee. I did go to a Comic-Con. I went to a couple Comic-Cons while he was still around. I certainly never shook his hand, but I might have like looked at him. Shook his hand, got a picture with him, signed? Nice. Maybe kind of big? Oh. You third person you ever want to meet in real life? Well, you want to kick me in the balls, dude. It's going to be kind of hard while I'm still worried about my nuts. DC's trying to copy him with a drugstore and made Green Arrow's sidekick do heroin? Yeah, you can post her in the Discord, sure. Before I die, you see, well, to stop seeing sex preferences. I mean, for a while, it felt like we were making really good progress. For a while, we've had some major regression. I think in the last like maybe 3 or 4 years, but for a while, it was looking okay. I hate all people equally. Sounds fair. We all deserve it. I think you're saying the same thing, Replica, that John is saying. Like, we're not saying, like, it's not going to be different. Just people don't judge each other, right? You know what I mean? I like how I'm stunned. I literally can't move, and he couldn't get me with that. No, I think I was just barely out of the range of that. Same general area? I think the nuts and the ovaries are in slightly different areas. But still, bit of you for the equality. Sofa? I'm sitting on a sofa right now. Please don't, just don't drop kick anyone, Dwarven man. You're sitting on a sofa and king at this game? Living the life. How many buddy tickets do I have? Oh, you wanna compare? $53. That doesn't feel like a lot. Does that seem like a lot to you? Doesn't seem like a lot to me. I'm so happy I'm fighting like a real monster. I don't think well, I've crafted all the gear that I want to craft, I think. I don't know. Do you think there's... It would be hell, but imagine trying to craft like every possible high rank upgrade so that you have the ability to go forward and upgrade from anything once G rank comes out. It's probably extremely unnecessary. Because it's not like a high rank monster would take more than 3 or 4 minutes to kill anyways. And at this point, I should have like a pretty good stockpile of like the rare drops anyways. Yeah, they can all layered would probably be okay. I think that's a thing you could do. Tried that and gave up after a week or so. I don't blame you. Especially if you're going to do like every weapon. He has weird glowy mouth. expect a challenge from high rank monsters or just more time consuming? I'm talking about the G rank master rank from Sunbreak? Yeah, I mean, I think they'll be hard. I don't think they'll be easy. I mean, most Rise monsters, not all of them, but most of them end up feeling like somewhere between high rank and master rank for the world. HP bloat like world? I mean, they're gonna have more life, for sure. But even still, like, it's not like in Master Rank things took all that long once you had Ednian gear. I mean, with Suzuki at the helm, I assume it's going to be a challenge to Dwarven Man. I think World was too much? I don't think so. World felt fine. Why are you running? Granted, a ton of time was spent in the Guiding Lands with like double Fortify procced anyways. So it didn't really matter quite as much. Think we got too much defense in World, Dwarven Man? Didn't they add a patch at some point that gave us like even more defense? To me, 10 minutes is around what I like. Not everyone is a god gamer? It's an interesting question, like who do you balance around? Oh, cool. Good job, Froggy. I mean, at least when you used Sappy, you were bleeding yourself anyways, right? So that was kind of cool. I mean, you could still get killed by Fulgur, yeah. You got stunned. Getting a little gunch going on, guys. Yeah, Sappy was a good set in a lot of ways. Health regen was a pretty big issue, too. Health regen with Rocksteady and Temporal. Gunship flock. Very happy we don't have health augment. In that the health regen options we do have are like very expensive to do. Although then again, we do have a fish. If you had speed eating 3 and like a stack of fish, it's basically as good. You don't even need speed eating 3. Just need a fish. And even then, you've always got a sack of max potions. At least I've been working on my sack. I'm going to be in great shape for Master Rank. Tell us a story? I just did. told a story about one of my roommates standing in the kitchen naked holding a knife. That was neat. Please tell the pineapple story. It is Friday. Wait for me, thank you. Oh no. Why would I do that? It's been a while since I told the E3 story. Maybe I'll tell an E3 story soon. That still makes me mad. And it makes me glad that E3 is basically dead. You know what it was like? It was like, I'm not telling the Dauntless story. I've already told it. What do they do to me? So, Capcom invited me to E3 2019 because they were going to have a demo available for Ice Cream. And they said, would you like to come? We will give you a ticket. And I said, sure, I guess. So, I mean, I've been streaming full-time for just under a year at that point. I'd started in October of 2018. This was like July of 2019? Somewhere around there. I don't know. Time flies. And so I fly out to Los Angeles, pay for my hotel, pay for my flight, go to the event, get the pass. It's like hot, and I'm sweaty, and it doesn't open up until like, it's like 2 o'clock it opens up for gamers. My pass said gamer. I had a gamer pass, so it's important to remember that E3 is like an industry event, right? So you've got like investors, you've got game developers, you've got press people. And I guess for like that year, or for a couple years, they were trying to be a little bit more like PAX. And so they started having a class of attendee called gamers. I'm like, all right, whatever. And so I get to the event, I'm there early, like plenty early. And I'm like, hey, you know, I've got this pass, you know, when can I come in? And when I come in, where do you want us to enter? Gonna go to any event, try hard to get a press pass? Well, it was a pass given to me. It was free. I mean, it wasn't my pass. It wasn't my choice. If it was my choice, I would have had event staff pass, but it wasn't. Is this before COVID? This is July of 2019, so this is by most measurements before coronavirus. So I'm at the front door, and I'm like, can I come in here? And somebody's like, sure, yeah, you can come. You can come in here. Just wait for the, wait for the time to happen. So the time happens, and I get there, and it's me and a bunch of guys waiting in line. They're like not opening up the doors. They're not letting us in. And like, what do you want us to do? Like, oh, just wait there. We'll tell you where to go eventually. And I'm waiting, and it's like still like 20 minutes in like the hot July Los Angeles, California sun. And they start to open up the door, and like one guy walks in, and then another guy walks out, and he starts like screaming and waving his arms at everyone. No gamers! No gamers! No gamers! Which is like really funny, like just like in a lot of ways, like in like a very bizarre sort of like surreal event. Like why do you hate gamers so much? And so they tell us that instead of lining up at the front door where like you would think normal people would want to enter, we were then led to the side of the building and told to go through like a single lane in the parking garage. And so like we're lining up, like there's like cars, there's like fumes and stuff coming from the vehicles that are like parked and like idling there. It's a bunch of gamers getting like pollution sprayed onto them. We're like all sweaty and dirty. This is a crown stream slayer. You just don't know it. And I'm lucky because I've been lining up early. I was like relatively towards the front of the line. I get to the front of the line and I'm like, I'm ready to go in. And they go through my bag. They're like, oh, you can't have that tripod. Now, mind you, the tripod is like, it's not even like a full tripod. It's like a micro tripod. It's like a baby tripod. She's like, nope, you're going to have to go to the lockers that are outside and check that in. So I lose my spot in line, go outside to check out the lockers, and they're just not there. Not there. Can't find them. Not going to go back and ask her because now there's a huge line. So I go back to my hotel. I put away my little micro tripod. It's like, again, like 20, 30-minute walk away. I'm really like drenched in sweat at this point. I might have showered. I can't even remember. Walk back again. Fortunately, the way back, there wasn't as much people waiting in line again. But just what a miserable experience that was. For this guy, I'm going for both. And it doesn't look like either. This was the E3 store. You went back? I mean, I'm in E3 for like another 5 days. Well, not another 5. Maybe like another 3 days. Get there to the end of the day. I mean, I do play the Iceborne demo. It was cool. It was good. Nobody really had any idea on how to use the clutch clock after. But it would have been helpful. Now, me and a group of people are running clears on, like, the Hoarfrost content and the Ancient Forest content. Developers were really impressed that we were able to kill everything. That was neat. Met some of the demo people. Suzuki might have been there. I don't know. Got some sweet, as I thought would be, exclusive Iceborne footage. And then, like, literally, like, either while I was there or, like, one day after I came back, like, oh, we're going to release the Iceborne demo to everyone. Which, like, I'm glad it happened. I'm glad everybody got it. But I probably would not have gone if I'd done that. I would have not have gone. I would have stayed home. Why would I? Would I spend, like, $1,000 getting out to Los Angeles and back? You have to clear all gathering quests to progress GU Village. You have to clear a couple gathering quests. There's at least 4 of them you need to do. But you do not have to clear all of them. It's like the Popo Tongue one, like the Abyssal Mushroom one. There's a couple quest chains you have to do. You have to do the quests that get the Faded 4 to show up. Yeah, so E3 sucks ass. I'm glad it's dying. They deserve it. Go to hell. I'm glad. It's a good thing. And I used to look up to E3. I thought E3 was like the coolest thing in the world. I'm like, wow. What weapon would I recommend for GU? Valor Greatsword is probably the coolest one you're going to have. Powerful without being like incredibly broken. It's still kind of broken, but it's not like Valor heavy broken. Yeah, E3 just doesn't make sense for anyone. I mean, it might make sense for like investors. But it's just such a bad event to go as like a fan of anything. Because it's just not really set up for fans, you know? I mean, like PAX is pretty good. Good time to go to that coast for shopping? Anything below 1,000 is free? What? I mean, prices are starting to go up again. I don't know. That was a mistake. California is very expensive. Unreasonably expensive. Chaos just spent like $100 on a takeout meal from a Chinese food place, which seems like insane to me. He's not in California, but he's close. Shoplifting below $1,000 is not a crime? Well, they may not prosecute you, but that doesn't mean it's not a crime. It's up to the store. I have heard, though, that certain stores will not give you a problem, and some are actually supposed to, like, help you. Like, the idea is, like, you can, like, guilt trip people into, like, paying for their groceries. I mean, part of it is right now there's kind of a really big employment issue in the U.S., so, like, they're having a hard time just getting employees. It seems like a right-wing yeah, I mean, it's not like you can just like walk around grabbing everything you want off the shelves. But, you know, I mean, to some degree, they are having issues with employees, and they don't want them getting in fights with people that want to shoplift. I would believe that. Just so the right, left-wing U.S. does not fight them. I mean, the reality is it's all right-wing here. It's really, I promise you, it's less of a political thing and more of like the fact that they just literally do not have the employees to enforce anything. That actually kind of hurt. Well, I mean, you're supposed to, you know? I mean, you know, what is the cost of something shoplifting, you know? I mean, that's why a lot of stores are going to the route of just, like, locking everything up. Just preventing the theft from being possible in the first place. And presumably, and I have no idea if this is true or not, you know, grocery stores are probably more than happy to give a cut of money to like the grocery delivery places like Instacart because, you know, those are 100% paying customers. They must love that. How goes it? I was just thinking about Freedom Unite the other day. I was thinking about that. Somebody's saying if I could do 100% guild card in that game. What's the easiest way of doing multiplayer with it nowadays anyways, Incognito Man? I have no idea. Other than Hunsterverse? I'm sure you've got some Hunsterverse people out there. The stream release version? Where are they going, Verhoeven? Are they just like leaving just to like not work? Or are they going to other companies? I mean, you have to. I mean, with inflation, like no employer is going to give somebody like a 10 or a 15% raise, right? So you have to leave. Unmodded and play with modded can play? That's amazing. What's going on with my controller? Just die. The company gave most players in 10% raise recently. I mean, I think that's like the least they're gonna have to do. So Incognito Man is working on a version of Freedom Unite that is like gonna be like the definitive, uncensored, like game preservationist style. It's the first shading not working on the cat. He might just have short fur. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it'll be interesting, like, after the fact when we go back and measure the true inflation rate for this year, because it's... I mean, it's been wild, man. Groceries are, like, scary. Same group as working on Dragon's Dogma Online? Wait, there's a group actually working on that? No way. Yeah, I mean, a 3% raise would be a pay cut, really. I mean, I don't know. I feel like groceries have gone up by like 20% in the US. I don't know what you guys think. But it feels like they're up about 20%. 15% this year. See, like, that sounds like so generous, but it's like really just like what you need, right? Like, that's just like what you should have gotten. Like, if I was a little bit faster, I probably could have knocked him down. No, 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 no. Every year I got 50% raise, but inflation's 70 to 80%? Oh no. That's Turkey, right? I've heard Turkey's had some crazy inflation recently. It just really means people are going to be shuffling jobs like crazy. There's going to be like zero like workplace loyalty. Not that there should be. So they deserve it. Buy gold before inflation really hits? It's probably already priced in, I would assume, at this point. Don't eat me, please. Well, I think the thing is, MoldyB Denim is just like a lot of people have it in their mind that they should stay with a company and are unwilling to job hop when they're not getting paid what they're worth. Like, there's a lot of people that are like that, and that's enough to save them enough money. I've got a relative that was like that. He worked at the same company basically his entire life. Can you imagine how underpaid he probably was? got 1 gram gold for 300. Now it's 952. In your currency? Oh, maybe it's worth it over there. Do you consider Amazon a good job? Depends where in Amazon. They treat their warehouse workers like garbage. But I'm sure there are good positions somewhere in the company. As a subcontractor to Amazon myself, I mean, I've had worse employers. As an independent contractor. And you have Jeff Bezos' job, it's open. Well, actually, I think they replaced him. You know, for if you were like, if somebody were like in college, like really young, like in good shape, and needed to pick up something on their side, I think their warehouse jobs do generally pay fairly well. But they're just like, it just feels like, from what I read online, they're just like so disrespectful to their employees. Like they just do not treat them well at all. Like they might pay you okay or better than average, but it's just not worth it. Given how desperate so many other companies are to pay and like, or hire and what they probably pay. You know, you get like scheduled, if barely scheduled pee breaks and stuff like that. You know, they're super anti-union. If anything, I would say, like, you know, look for, like, something like UPS or something. If you wanted, like, something like that was going to be the equivalent of there, doing a truck driver there. Because I think they're actually paid and treated fairly well. There's somebody in chat who works for UPS. Feel free to tell me that I'm wrong and full of crap. But I've heard they're okay. Post office too. Post office maybe most especially. But I don't know how much the post office does in terms of hiring. What just happened? Why did I fall? The crown, is it big or small? Neither. Oh no, Verhoeven, it's pretty bad, man. Just Florida things? It's possible. Yeah, unions and like work protections have been like majorly on the decline since like the 80s? Maybe the 70s? I don't know. I'm not experienced enough on it to say for sure. But it's definitely not good now. I mean, it's starting to turn around a little bit because, like, workers are starting to become so valuable that they're actually able to put together unions without just getting shut down immediately. But for the time being, it still sucks. Yeah, I mean, that's an obvious issue with unions. Some of them end up being either kind of like or literally like organized crime. But invariably, they always end up making the workers' life better either way. I think there's a lot of propaganda out there that make people think that more unions are bad that really are. Like, the only union I can think of that seems like objectively bad where I'm from is like the police union. Like, I worked at a credit union, and I no joke, tell you 100% they had a guy calling from the police union. Literally with like organized crime sort of talk. Like joking about like people dying if they didn't donate to the charity and stuff like that. Woo! It was super sketchy, dude. It was super sketch. But we donated. We donated to the calendar for the little events. Unions in EU is stupid? What? I don't know. Like I said, outside of the police union being sussy, I don't think I've ever seen a union that hasn't been a good thing. I mean, yeah, look, if you haven't worked in the United States, like, I'm just gonna say, like, you don't know. You don't know how bad it could be. It's pretty bad. Like, in my state, or maybe nationwide, like, it was only, like, 5 years ago where it was technically legal to discuss how much money you make with a coworker without getting fired. Like, you could theoretically be fired for just telling somebody how much money you make. And they just said, okay, you can tell people how much money you make. And all the managers started getting real nervous. They started to get real nervous. People started talking about how much money they were making. It was funny. I only understood some of those words. Nokia, like the phone company, pays dance clubs so their employees don't get shot in the favela. I don't know what a favela is. Shanty towns? No, I mean, they're not going to threaten you to leave for a better paying job. Like, an employer's not going to hurt you for leaving. One of the biggest issues has usually been like healthcare. Like healthcare is like wielded like a cudgel. You know, you're obligated to have it, and the only way most people can afford it is through an employer. And if you don't need an employer, you're probably so rich you don't need to work anyways. Got a little micro-politics stream today. That's funny. I guess when we're on hour 6 of farming crowns, that'll happen. That sounds like good money in Thailand, Dwarven, man. Hey, free bodyguards. Bodyguards with assault rifles on them? Was that like in the north or south? That's messed up, Corvine. I know there's one area. Is it near Myanmar? In Thailand, they're having a little... They have some kerfluffles over the borders. What was he gonna do, though? I thought he was a teacher, your dad. Was he gonna be a teacher with bodyguards? I don't understand. You will learn your past particles. We don't have many of these guys at all. Oh, I see. I thought you said he was a teacher. Hey, it sounds like he could do really well up there then, yeah. I mean, that sounds like enough money to at least live very comfortably in Thailand. I don't know about Canada, but Thailand, that'd be a lot of money, I think. Should be able to get this water geyser off on him. Really? Is he gonna roar or not? That would explain the smell, replica. That would explain why the seas smell a little funny. Yeah, a couple dead bodies hanging out there. I don't know. I don't think there's a small business more terrifying to open to me than a restaurant. But I mean, if you can make it work, it seems like it'd be a lot of fun. So we need that water? Oh, it's on the other side. Oh, that sucks. What type of restaurant would he open, Dorban, man? I think the right type of food in the right area could be great. If there's nothing else there. But I know it's still going to be like a lot of stress. I can't imagine it being relaxing. Maybe like a bed and breakfast? But even then, I mean, I don't know. I mean, people will probably be traveling soon. Loves making Thai food. I mean, Thai food's pretty popular. And 90% of people are just going to be ordering pad Thai or pad See Ew anyway, right? Doesn't the Thai government pay people to open up Thai restaurants? He might actually get a subsidy from them to do it. We should check. A male version of Hooters called Tongers serve exclusively sausages. Oh, good job. Thai food's great. Bad boy Hooters? You're gonna get Dwarven Man to actually open up this restaurant. Dwarven Man is currently taking out a loan as we speak. I almost went to a Hooters on Sunday. But I took Jen to a more normal place instead. But I kind of been like having a hunger for wings. Although I heard they're expensive now. So I don't know. I'll have to check. I don't really want to do slicing. Blowjob and coffee menu? I don't know about that. Best wings come from dive bars? True. Yeah, and usually the prices aren't that bad around happy hour. Wing-only places really rip you off because they know they're not going to be making money off of the beer. You know what it is, Dwarven Man? Is there was like an article written in like Time magazine in like the 90s, and they were like, you can have sex in Thailand. And people are like, wow, sex in Thailand. But it's probably like that in most countries, you know? I mean, like any country that has a red light district, right? It's gonna be a little wild. I don't think it's known for that Infernal Dog. Could you? I don't know. Its big thing is there was like a Time article written in the 90s about the red light district. And then now everybody just thinks it's like just a red light district. I mean, in general, like, it's safer, I mean, I don't know, presumably safer and better for everyone involved because it's actually, like, regulated presumably the people take tests. There's like protections, you know, you're not forcing people out in the street. There's been a lot of complaints in the US, I guess, from sex workers who have been deplatformed and don't have a safe place to work. Longsword's so broken. It changes, Moldy Veganum. You gotta look at the map. I don't know. My brother-in-law had a girlfriend from Thailand. She seemed nice. She was here to go into school. Unfortunately, they didn't get married, and her visa ran out, so she ended up going back to Thailand, but she seemed perfectly fine to me. It was nice, great with kids. Don't know my coworkers? I don't do a lot of co-streams. I don't really worry about that. There was one thing, I did talk to one guy, I think, that did in real life streams out of Thailand. And it's really funny because he travels the entire world. And I'm like, man, isn't it hard to stream in other countries? He said, no, actually, it's really easy. He said the hardest country to stream from a mobile plan was the United States. He said that's the one place that's like miserable to stream out of. Yeah, I mean, there's at least 4,000 to 5,000 plus people on Twitch that are trying to make a living on it, and many, many, many other people that desperately would love to. I mean, I don't understand what the scam is. Oh, I'll marry you, and then like they didn't? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand what the scam is. What's the scam? You didn't get married, okay. There's nothing legally binding if you don't get married. Oh, like they said, send me money? Oh. Well, I mean, if you're gonna send them money, I mean, whatever. I mean, that happens in plenty of places. You know? I think there's scammers probably everywhere now, so. I mean, if you're not hanging out in real life, and even then, like, it's your choice. I mean, you sent them the money. I don't know. I used to work in a bank. I saw lots of people that got scammed for all sorts of good and bad reasons, so I guess I'm not really that sympathetic. Yeah, I don't really. I don't really. Let's say that. I'm just not. I don't feel too bad for the guys that it happened to. Bone in or bone out wings? I mean, obviously bone in wings, but I mean, I'm not gonna say no to any sort of wing. You know what I mean? That was so much damage. That was insane. That was like 130 on the head. Oh god, not again. Dude, bring home the bagels. He's like checking like the Amazon tracker. Like, she was supposed to be here yesterday by 5 and she's not here now. My delivery is late. I paid and everything. Where is she? Yeah, I'm sure there's a cultural thing in lots of different ways. I mean, some countries have arranged marriages still, right? I mean, that's not mail order brides or whatever, but, you know, that's not like marriage out of love. But apparently those work out pretty well. I don't know why. It's supposed to be a different hair color. Family, they just bully you. I don't like this mail order bread. They're like, too bad, that's the one you're getting. But like I said, it usually works out. You know, the package stealing a serious issue in the U.S. Why are you trying to bully the U.S.? We've got we know we have problems. There's a lot of problems here. We've got horrible issues with poverty and unemployment and medical care and inflation. It's bad. We know it's bad. It's just bad. I gotta have the Katy Perry clip on, like, people ask if everything's okay. My state tried to spend $22 billion on highways. I mean, it may not be that different in the future from just, like, dating online, probably, right? I mean, maybe the arranged marriage things will get better. Who knows? No, I'm not going into the highways. I mean, who knows? Benefit of all this inflation. 5 years from now, those highways are going to seem like a bargain. Oh, only $22 billion. That's like, you know, a mortgage on a 3-bedroom house now. Hooray! President goes to the beach every morning? It sounds good for that guy. I mean, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. But hey, at least somebody's being happy. I mean, as long as the US is like the reserve currency or whatever, Infernal Dawn, it's not going to be that bad. But, whoo, boy. If things flip, it's gonna get crazy. Okay, I think it's probably going to be worth getting that Rajang. There's a wire bug. There it is. When the dollar drops below the peso, the dollar's not going to go below the peso. It's like with that. He even saved some drowning people a while back, so hey, he did something. Hey, better than some countries, right? Reset. Great. Okay, one more. Is inflation good for stocks? Well, it's nice to hold on to an asset that isn't just like liquid currency, but it depends entirely on the company, right? I mean, probably in theory, the best thing you could have if you knew like heavy inflation was coming would be inflation protected bonds, but who does the math, right? I mean, look, if you're under the age of, I don't know, 50, probably best just to have any spare money invested anyways, right? Like, what are you doing just sitting around with it in cash or bonds? I mean, you never know. You know, I mean, we're living in a really weird time right now. Probably the most interesting time since the Great Depression. Arguably, maybe more interesting than the Great Depression. So any, like, solid economic theory, who knows if it even stands up, right? It's actually the worst way to invest, though? Compared to what? I mean, individual stock picking could be Monka-S for sure. Compared to bonds? Well, I mean, bonds are safe, but they're not going to grow. Economic theory, I know. Understand. Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, all Vanguard is just an index of the stocks anyways, right? So the majority of my investments are in Vanguard tech stocks, which have been horrible recently, but I mean, that's fine. I'll say Capcom's been okay. But then again, a Saudi oil baron invested like $1 billion into Capcom, so I just got lucky. Yeah, well, I know. I shouldn't put any money into Capcom individually. It's totally against every theory, everything I've ever read. But you know what? Monster Hunter 6, baby! Monster Hunter World 2! I'll be laughing all the way to the bank! Monka-S, hello. Element's gonna be good. Literally, Element's gonna change everything. Cats are better than dogs? I mean, I like them both. If I had to have one? I don't know. It depends on their personality, right? In this game, I have one of both. Fish beat the subreddit Wall Street Bets. You're gonna buy Twitter with Uncle Elon? I am not a fan of Elon, but at the same time, I feel like if he wants to buy the company, it doesn't seem like the board has really done any major moves to improve the company in a while. He's the largest stockholder. He owns 9%. The next largest individual stockholder owns 2%. I mean, in all likelihood, Infernal Dawn, the entire thing was a stunt for a pump and dump, so it's probably just scamming people anyways. Probably? Take that for what you will. But I mean, if you really wanted to buy it, I don't think they should necessarily invoke like a poison pill against him. Why do I dislike Elon Musk? It's less that I dislike him, it's just more that I don't necessarily trust billionaires anyways. There's not really any ethical billionaires. Am I happy he has brought a lot of attention and investments into renewable energy? Absolutely. Am I happy that his choice for investing in getting solar in people's houses involved like leasing their houses rather than just selling them the panels? I don't like that. Yeah, and like the whole cryptocurrency thing, like he definitely made money off of that. I mean, I don't even know that much against the monkey brain chip thing, but obviously, like, not a fan. Not a fan of monkey torture. Why not use Spile Drill with Elemental Sword and Shield? I only have like a little sliver of white sharpness. And like, a lot of times the drill slash like just doesn't land right. Whereas lateral slash usually does. And the damage is pretty similar. But I mean, this is decent raw damage too, right? If you like drill slash and you feel like you can use it well, use that. Elon's brain chip has killed every monkey it has been. That is so depressing. Talking to the roof guys, apparently there's going to be like a solar roofing thing soon. But the one issue is they don't have the battery, possibly because of like the Tesla patent or whatever. What was the goal of the monkey chip? It's like a computer, a little brain interface. You might get a cool brain chip someday, Radical Corbine, and if you're lucky, you'll want it. You might actually request it. Oh, 100%. 100%. I was just reading about like this one company that went out of business. It was like one of those Internet of Things companies. And they went out of business and literally every device that was on their network immediately bricked. Like, could you imagine? Like your whole house is set up to work with like this company's like garbage proprietary hardware. And like it shut down and like no, like your oven doesn't work. Your refrigerator doesn't work, your thermostat doesn't work, like nothing works anymore. Can't turn on your TV. Yikes! It could have been Insteon, yeah. You have to lease your brain to Tesla until you pay off your brain chip. They're allowed to use your brain for processing power until it's paid off. I could see that. I mean, that would follow the Solar City model, which is his model. Brain, I mean, exactly. Got your brain mining Dogecoins. You have to just sit in a room for an hour a day and think of Dogecoin. Otherwise, your brain stops releasing dopamine until you start thinking of Dogecoin again. Oh, yes. Oh, the future could be so bad. Oh, I could see it already. Oh, it's so bad. Dogecoin dopamine era will be a dark era. Oh yeah, it'll be a bad time. You got an orgasm inhibitor. Sorry, you haven't thought about Dogecoin enough today. You can trade us one of your limited edition Muskie NFTs to unlock it for 10 minutes. Both you and the robber convulsing on the ground, Bagels, as you imagine Applebee's. Forced to sit there and chant about baby back ribs. His father's gonna be underground. I like it. Did you know you can counter mid-perfect rush? I didn't. That was cool. I'm pretty sure there's literally like a Black Mirror episode that is nearly that exactly. Is it just Mirror's like most Black Mirror episodes also strangely sexual? I think most of them are. Most of them got weird sex things going on. I haven't really watched it in a while. Humans are strangely sexual? Fair. Fair point. Way too early. He's probably almost done, though. Already up to 28. That seems like a lot to have nothing. Somebody said it took them a lot of Somnicants to get Gold Crown on Somnicant. Do animals have fetishes? I think they accidentally have sex with wrong things sometimes. Infernal Dawn, what the hell, man? Wonder if there's a mod that adds a crown in the mission to tell if it's big or small. There definitely is, yeah. I think there's like a overlay you could probably use for something like that. Well, I wouldn't say Blade Runner is a very cool future. Back to the Future is kind of cool. Was it the walrus comment, Dwarven Man? Well, what's the comment that's got you going? What's the comment that's got you doing real hard? Back to the Future's fun. Oh, I missed it. Dude, I remember an episode of The Price is Right. I swear to God. The prize was going to be a flying car. Now, obviously, they never got that flying car, but what did they get? Like, what was their prize if they didn't get the flying card? No, I did not dream that. Here. I'm going to find it. I swear to God, I'm going to find it. No, it's a real thing. The problem is I would have seen it in like 2010. I know it's real. Well, Pepsi got sued for not giving a Harrier jet because they said you could win one. That was in the 90s. Okay, this isn't what I wanted to. This is not what you were gonna win. But hold on, I gotta show you guys something because this makes me laugh. What the hell? This guy looks like he's having the time of his life. Why can't we all be as happy as this guy? Hold on. Guess, I want you all to guess what year this was from. This is amazing. It was Bob. I guarantee you it was Bob. It was real. I mean, it didn't really happen. That looks great. That's literally just a car with like a tail and wings put on it. Is there just one propeller on that? How does it fly? There's no way. Is that a real picture? There's no way that's real. Hold on. Do you think that's real? Can you really fly with that? No, come on. It's the 1954 Aero car. No, that could be real. No, that could be. It's real. I'm telling you it's real. The Aero car. It's real. It looks so stupid. How much did it weigh? 1,500 pounds. It's real. Cessnas have one propeller. Oh, well, the propeller's in the front, and it's not in the back of it on like a weird-ass looking car. It's real. That's a real car. That was not a dream. No, you talking about Price is Right thing? That was real. I'm gonna find it. It's somewhere on YouTube. Because there's already like a real flying car. If there's a real flying car, then why couldn't there have been a Price is Right? We're gonna give you a flying car. That was from '54. I always think I'm tweaking out. Well, you should not give somebody. What I was reading, so when they were trying to give people flying cars, like there was an idea that they were gonna have to put like a sobriety ignition switch. Because they were worried people were going to get drunk and fly around in their little cars. That sounded authentic as well. Oh, it would need to be 100% automated, and even then, I've been told that autopilot isn't even very good. So yeah, people would probably just die. Flying cars would need to find lanes? Absolutely, yeah. Well, I mean, there'd probably be a lot of them. I mean, you don't have to build the highways, they're infinite. Nearly infinite. I'm going to look at it again. And you're all going to have to look at it too. Like, what's the point? Where could you, where does the car part of that even come in? Do you bolt it on at the airport? It looks like a pretty crappy car. It has a horn? Just beep the horn as you're driving down the road, taking up 4 lanes. Like the wings would fold up? Yeah, those look like those could fold up, I guess. But then you'd be like ripping everything apart above you. I'm loving it. We're gonna do this one. We're gonna use Rajang. Just gonna beat the quest for us. Yeah, no, I'm sure one dent in the wrong area and that thing's not going anywhere, right? So how reliable would autopilots be, Six King, for any amateur pilot? Is there no Volvit on Switch Axe? There is. I just think I like this one better for some reason. I can look at it and tell you why. It's not gaslighting, it's true, John Sheff, and I'm going to prove it to you one day. I remember because I was very excited. Like, I was like, when am I going to get my flying car? I genuinely thought in the near future I was going to be cruising around in a flying car. Like, maybe I'll have a flying car for my first car. Maybe I won't even have, like, a normal car. Do people still have those dreams nowadays? Like, those hopes? Is this worth doing? I'm gonna do it anyways. dream is the moneymaker? Could happen this Sunday. I can't do it tomorrow. I'm going to a birthday party for my niece and nephew. There'll still be a little stream tomorrow. I just don't have time for a speed run. But there will be a moneymaker on Sunday. So, 9 minutes, down from 22.5. How's that sound? It's better than the original moneymaker. It's just a test. We're just testing it out. My nightmare. Well, Julian's got the Twitch Turbo. He'll be fine. Unless that's a bug, but I think he actually does. Man, 30 of them and nothing. I was thinking Gunlance. I might also do Switch X. Switch X might be fun. Let's take a quick look. Let's do a little let's do a little routing for both of them. No, he's got Twitch Turbo. He's fine. He's not got to worry about moneymaker. Well, that part is easy with Paraphile. Oh, I forget if you get a commendation from the license quests. I don't know if you do. I mean, Bunny took 90. This looks fine, actually. We should be able to go to General Strong Axe right away. Although it's technically not even that much of an upgrade over Defender, right? No. It's not a major upgrade. Yeah, and like I'm just wondering if the license quests give commendations. I don't think they do. I'm going to be using this for nearly the whole run. I don't know that I like that. I mean, it's easy to make. It's not COVID. It's sneezing. This is okay, but this involves killing bugs and little guys, and I don't know if I like that. This is okay, but I think getting 6 Anjanath pellets is nearly impossible as getting 4 fangs. Okay, yeah, I think you just go, I think you just go for the ore. I think you go ore 2. It's the only one you could really do. I think it'd actually be really strong to do a Switch Axe run because that Defender thing gives you exhaust vial, so you'd get at least 1 or 2 KOs in low rank. And then you'd still get them in high rank. That could actually be really powerful. Killing bugs, I sound like a dev. I might be okay at dev, but I'm a clown instead. That's probably what we'll do. That's on Sunday. That'll be in 2 days. Quality bones are just any random bone pile, I think, right? Nothing fancy.
Not.
And then I think the week after, I wouldn't mind, or maybe even the same week. We'll see what my schedule looks like. I'd like to do one more dual blade run. I'd like to get sub 6 hours with that. Because we nearly got sub 6 hours with like normal gear. Like with defender gear, we should have no problem at all. Jennifer. I like how your routine has been to walk in, look at me, and then eat a pork rind. We're probably gonna get some sort of delivery today. I got that gift card. I got like a gift card for delivery. Yeah. Don't ask me what we're gonna get because I don't know. I don't know. Sub 6, what is the world record for dual blades? I technically have it. Overall, it's like 5.5 hours, I think, with charge blade. Something like that. Some insanely fast time. It might be even faster. Did Moss get sub 5? The charge blade? There's a lot of weapons that just haven't been run. Speedrunners shun this game. Just normally, and then for RTA, like almost nobody runs it. So. Looking at a world record holder. I mean, by default. I mean, it's an okay run. The dual blade run that I did, I think, is actually really nice, but I feel like the defender gear isn't super broken. Good, we don't want them. I welcome anyone who wants to speedrun the game. I mean, I'll give them whatever notes I have. Not that I have a lot. It's a hard game. It is way harder to run than World. Not to brag, but I'm a world record holder. I had a couple records. Heard of the Lord and Savior Cornelius? He's going to be getting murdered big time on this stream, probably in the next couple days. I still need his gold crown, so I'm probably going to have to kill him like 50 times. I've heard about him, but I haven't seen him. I mean, I bet you know there's a lot of people out there that are really great at a lot of things, and they don't know. Because it's never been measured. For all we know, Chalk, you might be the world's best kisser. Or cuddler. We don't know. And you may not know because it's never been measured. Who knows? I've never tried. You're holding back all this power. You wish they kept the mechanic where he stole his stuff? Me too. That was fun. I think stealing the spirit birds or whatever is kind of lame. You want to see the D-Gen set, John? I'll bust it out. The world's happiest sticky user? Oh my god. I mean, there's a lot of records out there that are just held because nobody else has ever thought to run it, you know? And then a lot of times once somebody gets one record, that's when you start seeing more people come in because they say, oh, they did that, I can improve on this, or improve on this, or improve on this. So, everyone's got to be the first. God knows my first world speed run was like 8 hours or 9 hours. I farmed up Nergigante gear. I was like, I don't know how much. I must have a long way to go. I gotta farm up some Nergigante stuff. Top Final Fantasy game, Final Fantasy VI. It's my favorite. Final Fantasy V is probably the most replayable, but I just really like the story for 6. I've got a lot of respect for 14. I don't play it though, but I think it's a very well done MMO. But all the male armors look bad? I don't know. Some of them look okay. I do wish there was like a little bit more variety though. Ooh. Secret of Mana is really great too. Seiken Denetsu 3 is kind of weird. Like, what do you think about Seiken Denetsu 3? Like, it does some creative stuff, but I think it loses a lot of the story and impact from having, like, such a consistent cast. Hume, hello. Good afternoon. I mean, it did some really creative stuff, I think, with, like, job systems and stuff. But, like, when I think of Secret of Mana, I don't think of job systems. I just think of, like, leveling up a weapon and then using whatever the charge ability is on that. Yeah, I think I like Secret of Evermore, too. Honestly, if I was going to sit down and replay one, I'd probably play Secret of Evermore. Weird game, weird story. Also weird that eventually somebody found out a way to get the game so that you could do 2-player with the dog. What number Sonic at this? We're over 30. Certainly, I would have rather gotten Final Fantasy V rather than Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Is that what we got in the West? But Mystic Quest was kind of fun when it came out. I remember the ending of it being kind of hard, even though it was supposed to be like a tutorial RPG. Like baby's first RPG. Let me show you the elemental stuff, Fume. Or the status stuff. It's not great. So, Drug Knowledge makes it so that you inflict 40% of your full damage, full status on every hit. So rather than every third hit, it's every hit. And then Status Pursuit makes it so that your status gets converted into raw damage. So when things are poisoned, I have 295 attack. Sorry, 296. Biggest issue is, like, you can't really fit crit when you're doing this. I've got, like, 1 point of weakness exploit, and that's pretty much it. I could probably throw the TO helm on and it'd be a bit better. There was just this weird, like, anti-RPG movement from corporations in the US. I don't know why. Like, Sega hated RPGs. Like, Sega of USA was like, you cannot release RPGs on any of these systems. Sports games only. Have I gotten the Mighty Bowfeather yet? Yeah, I got 100% of quests done. Because of people like me? What do you mean by that? People like you. because they sucked ass at making them. I mean, there were some okay Western RPGs in that time, but it was like, for some reason, like a generalized, like non-willingness of releasing Japanese RPGs. And the funny thing is, like, the Sega Saturn was like JRPG heaven, and they're like, well, I guess we can't release anything because it's all JRPGs. I'm trying to think of what the really good ones are. One of the most interesting RPGs. Has anyone ever heard of Darklands before? Took place in like the medieval Europe. Big part of your quest was trying to find like relics of saints, like you were trying to find like Saint Herbert's toe and stuff like that. This is like a major boomer. Nobody knows what the hell I'm talking about. Gary got me nodding. All right, Grandpa, tell us more about your DOS RPG game. Some of you know about. It has to be at least one person that's heard of this game. It's not that rare. Really? Have you seen the reveal for the Garn Golem armor? I have. It looks cool. It looks okay. I wish it was a little bit different on females. It looks weird on females, but it looks okay on guys. 27-year-olds don't play DOS games? I'm big into history. Sounds vaguely familiar. I'm going to show it to you. Hold on. Darklands DOS. Yo, look at this cover, though. Tell me this doesn't give you, like, the most magnificent boner. Come on. Look at it. No, I don't have it downloaded. Look at it. I'm going to make it bigger. Look at those, like, thighs on that man. It's so good. Here, let me show you more. Let me show you a screenshot of the actual game. That's just the cover. It was made by Microprose. That's how you know it's good. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I want to show you. Can I download this screenshot? Okay, I don't know how big this is going to be. This might be really tiny. Look at all these stats. Endurance, strength, agility, perception, intelligence, charisma. I forget what DF is. That might have been your faith. And then you had other skills. Weapon edge. Weapon impact. Weapon flail. Weapon polearm. Weapon throw. Weapon two-handed. I don't know what that last one is. You had other skills in alchemy, religion, virtue, speak common, speak Latin, and then reading and writing. And then you had skills in healing, artifacts, stealth. I don't know what that other one is. Writing. And you could get, you could just make like a really old man. Like he was like 90 years old and add him to your party. And he would just make you a bunch of potions. And then he would die because he was 90 years old. But he was really good at making potions because he spent his whole life making potions. Like off screen until you made him. And then you normally spend the beginning of the game walking around beating up bandits and killing them and then selling their armor for money. And then you would go to castles and you would siege them until they starved to death. And then they would come out all hungry and weak and then you would murder them. They'd be like all weak and stuff. Like the castle's lord would come like shambling out and you would Just shoot, light them up with your crossbows that you took from bandits. It was great. I love that game. And then every once in a while, like, this guy would show up, he'd be like, I have this saint's toe. Would you like to buy it? And you'd be like, yay! And you'd give him all your money, and then you take it to the church. They're like, no, that's just a toe. That's not a saint's real toe. That's just a toe. That does nothing. And you'd be like, no, he took my money. But then you could really find a real toe. You really could. You could really find a real saint's artifact. This is called Darklands. Can I stream it? I don't know if anyone would want to watch it. Maybe. Get a love when he talks about you like streamer talks about this game. It was so much fun. It's like a crappy little animated intro. What was the reward for finding a real artifact? You could have miracles happen if you had a saint's artifact. And like it starts off normal, and then you'd start going into like dungeons and stuff, and then like increasingly you'd find like weird like little goblins. Like I might be imagining this, but I'm pretty sure at one point I fought a walking nose. That may not be real. But in my mind, I remember a nose running up to me and I had to fight it. That may not be real. That could be fake. No, there's no flying car. It's not a hentai game. You might see pixelated boobs. It's very possible that, like, you try to be seduced by something. You could come across, like, a gathering of witches and commit, like, sacrifices to Satan or something like that, and you'd get in trouble if you did that. The right thing to do is to kill all the witches. Yeah, maybe I'll stream it someday. Well, Darklands is definitely real, and I've played it. Are the gargoyles flying or swimming in the intro? They're probably flying. But they could be swimming. I don't know. It was the DOS, man. So. Just because it's real doesn't mean it's good. Be careful. I'm talking about Darklands over here. Get over here. No! I hate this. Miguel, please. And I'm not doing a very good job of this thing again. This is where a speedrun actually goes. Maybe it's just great at Godland's intro. Intro has booba? I guarantee you it's safe for Twitch. It's gonna be like a pixelated boob. Is it safe for you? I mean, it depends on how horny you are, I guess. Are you imitating Darklands? Are you mocking Darklands? Pixels per booba? And some of those, I mean, a lot of those games were like, they really did not expect kids to play it. Like, it was really very much made for adults. I mean, they wouldn't go like graphically sexual in any way because you never know, but they had some nudity. Am I gaming outside? I'm in my sunroom. How are you not dead yet? Child will get hyped for the Toe St. Hubert. I was pretty excited. You perform miracles with those things. You'll see. God, in my mind, I think actually I thought I saw Moon stream that game once, Moldy v Denim. But that, again, I might be like vividly hallucinating that, so. Yeah, I don't know. Good. Moon has actually streamed Stone Soup a number of times. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good game. Chat's getting too horny. All right, I'm getting a little hungry. All right, we're gonna stream again tomorrow. How many Somnicants did I kill today? Like 25? Something like that? 20? Oh. Too many. I'm gonna get some food. Late stream tomorrow? Well, no. I'm planning on streaming in the morning, but I gotta leave at like noon. I haven't watched any anime from this season, Chalk, at all, no. So it'll be like 2 or 3 hours. The sunlight? Oh, is it coming? Oh, I think it is.
Not.
I'll give you this. All right. But we'll do a little. We'll do a little stream in the morning. We'll do a little stream in the evening. We'll see. All right. I love you. I really want to go. I'm super hungry. So I really want to eat. All right. I love you. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.